Chapter 3005. Ling Xiao glanced at Jin Luoying. He had already sensed her strength when he fought with her. He didn't expect Jin Luoying to be stronger than he had imagined. She had already reached the level of a commander. However, Jin Luoying's strength didn't make Ling Xiao feel afraid. Instead, it gave him greater motivation. Master, if you want me to surpass senior sister Luoying in a month, you need to give me some support. I need a lot of mid-grade spirit stones to break through, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Kid, so you've been waiting for me. Jin 18 shook his head and said, All right, how much do you want? I've saved up quite a lot of spirit stones over the years. Not much, just 500,000 will do, Ling Xiao said after some thought. 500,000? Kid, you're really asking for an exorbitant price. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones is definitely not a small amount. Jin 18 smiled bitterly. Master, consider this an investment. If I can't get the black tortoise seal, I'll return the spirit stones in full. If I get it, I'll return it to you in double. How about that? Ling Xiao was indeed in need of mid-grade spirit stones. The speed of his breakthrough was increasing. Every time he broke through, a large amount of mid-grade spirit stones would be consumed. He had spent more than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to break through from the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level to the mid-stage. The further he progressed, the more he would use up. Therefore, he wouldn't hesitate to get more mid-grade spirit stones if he could. I'm your master after all. I'm not that stingy. I'll give you 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones on one condition, and that is to defeat Luoying in a month. If you do, I don't want you to return it. If you don't, you'll have to return it slowly, Jin 18 said with a smile. Master, you want to give it to me for free, but you're afraid that others won't like it. No problem. I'll definitely meet your requirements in a month. With the mid-grade spirit stones, Ling Xiao's next step was to find a battle opponent. The demon beasts in the 9th-floor demon pagoda were good and had potential. He intended to go there and give it a try. After obtaining mid-grade spirit stones from Sword 18th, Ling Xiao wanted to head to the 9th-level demon pagoda to cultivate. However, at this time, someone reported that Jin Feng Qiqi was looking for him. Qiqi must be looking for him for something important. He didn't dare to tarry and hurriedly left the wine demon residence. In broad daylight, the heavenly devil generals and the 13 devil generals did not dare to attack him. Big brother, something bad has happened to demon envoy Lingang. When Jin Feng Qiqi saw Ling Xiao, she said anxiously. What happened? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao had always remembered his benefactor, Lin Geng, in his heart. Now that he was in trouble, Ling Xiao would never stand by and do nothing. I don't know the details, but I occasionally overheard the conversation between Yunling and others. I heard that the demon envoy Lin Geng was arrested in Ming City and is going to be executed in public. Jin Feng Qiqi said. Isn't Ming City the city near the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Didn't the Devil Dragon Sword Court do anything about Lin Geng's arrest? Ling Xiao frowned. He came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court from Ming City. They did. The Heavenly Devil General went there personally. I heard from Yunling that the Heavenly Devil General said that the Lord of Ming City, Ice Sealing Jade, did the right thing. Even if it's a disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, as long as he violates the law, he should be severely punished. He even revoked Lin Geng's position as the demon envoy in public. Jin Feng Qiqi said helplessly. A conspiracy. They're coming for me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Qiqi, you go back first. I'm going to Ming City. With that, he turned and headed in the direction of Ming City. This matter really couldn't be delayed. Wait a minute, big brother. I have something to tell you. I may have to leave the Devil Dragon Sword Court. My father has sent someone to find me. Jin Feng Qiqi sighed. You really should go back. If you stay in the Devil Dragon Sword Court, you don't know when you will be in danger. Ling Xiao stopped and said, But don't worry. Even if you return to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, I will go to see you. I will always be your backer. That's great, big brother. I'll wait for you. What Jin Feng Qiqi wanted was Ling Xiao's words. Since Ling Xiao had already agreed, she naturally wouldn't say anything else. Big brother, be careful when you go to Ming City. I have a gift for you. It's not something precious. After stuffing a jade pendant into Ling Xiao's hand, Jin Feng Chi left. Ling Xiao thought that the gift was really nothing. However, when he used his internal force to check it, he was shocked. General-level martial arts. This was something that he yearned for even in his dreams. This little girl actually gave him such a generous gift before she left. Little girl, don't worry. I will definitely find you. Squeezing the jade pendant in his hand, Ling Xiao flew into the air. Along the way, he had basically figured out this medium-level general realm martial art. This was a martial arts technique similar to the Heavenly Thunder Guard, but of a higher grade. Although Ling Xiao could still use the Heavenly Thunder Guard, because the grade of the martial arts technique was too low, it couldn't achieve the same effect as before. However, Ling Xiao was still very clear about the great benefits of this martial arts technique. Therefore, he was very happy to get a martial arts technique of the same type that was stronger than the Heavenly Thunder Guard. This martial arts technique was called Golden Phoenix Incarnation. Different from the Heavenly Thunder Guard, it could release fewer incarnations to help. At most, there were only 2 incarnations. However, the strength of each Golden Phoenix incarnation was incomparable to that of the Heavenly Thunder Guard. The Golden Phoenix incarnation released by the initial success level had 90% of Ling Xiao's combat strength. Ling Xiao's current combat strength had even reached the early stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was not high enough, his combat strength was much stronger than ordinary people. His 9 cities combat strength was basically equivalent to the peak of the 15th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. With such a Golden Phoenix incarnation, it was enough to give him a huge advantage in battle. In order to use the Golden Phoenix incarnation in actual combat as soon as possible, Ling Xiao began to comprehend it on the way. When he arrived at Ming City, he had already learned the basics. In Ming City, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. On the city wall at the city gate, there was a public announcement of Lin Gung's execution. It was very conspicuous. As for the crime, it was that Lin Gung trespassed into the mayor's mansion and attempted to assassinate the mayor, ice-sealing Jade. After Ling Xiao entered the city, he went directly to the place of execution. It was the central square of Ming City. At this time, the execution ground was ready, but Lin Gung had not been brought here yet. Ling Xiao looked around and found a 3-story restaurant nearby. Looking down from the top floor, the view was very good. He entered the restaurant and waited patiently. Many people were leaning on the railings of the restaurant, looking down and talking at the same time. Most of the discussions were about Lin Gung. I heard that the one who was publicly executed is the former demon envoy of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, Lin Gung. Chapter 3006. That's right. I didn't expect Lin Gung to have such a day. He, the heavenly demon general, is still fair and just. He won't protect his own people. Sitting there, Ling Xiao felt disdain when he heard such discussions. That old dog, the heavenly demon general, was fair and just? He was clearly using this opportunity to avenge a private grudge. However, he didn't say anything because he needed to save people. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and returned to his original appearance. He looked different from when he was in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Back then, he had used this face to kill Bingli, and that woman called Lan Rua. Bullshit. Demon Envoy Lin Gung is a straightforward person. The heavenly demon general must be using this opportunity to avenge a private grudge. Suddenly, a 16 or 17-year-old girl at the table couldn't help but blush and refute loudly. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked at her curiously. The little girl had an ordinary appearance, but she was like a pretty girl from a humble family and was lovable. However, this wasn't what Ling Xiao was concerned about. He was more concerned about the fact that the little girl dared to question the heavenly demon general and defend Lin Gung. She was really bold. What do you know, little brat? Demon Envoy Lin Gung sneaked into the city lord's residence in the middle of the night to assassinate Lord Bing Fengyu. He was caught red-handed. He wasn't wronged. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. How can a nobody like you casually criticize the heavenly demon general? The speaker was obviously a fan of the heavenly demon general and the city lord's residence. He was about 40 years old and was much stronger than the little girl. Therefore, his tone was commanding. Even if demon envoy Lingung wanted to assassinate Bing Fengyu deserved to die. You're all from Ming City. Don't you know what kind of trash Bing Fengyu is? He casually exploited the foreign warriors who entered Ming City and even captured some female warriors to be his female slaves. If it weren't for demon envoy Lingung, even I would have ended up like that. Although I'm not capable, I can't watch demon envoy Lingung be killed by this great demon. The more the little girl spoke, the more excited she became. Hee, it turns out that you were in cahoots with Lingung. Someone go and inform the City Lord Mansion to execute this little girl as well. That will fulfill her wish. The middle-aged man laughed. Why bother the people from the City Lord's mansion? This old man will test this little girl's ability. A man in his 70s or 80s walked out from the crowd with a sinister smile on his face. There was an evil light in his eyes that made all the women very uncomfortable. Hey, isn't that the flower thief old man who is known as Old Gun Never Falls? That's right, it's him. I heard that he was captured by the people from the City Lord's mansion. I thought that he had been executed long ago. How is he still alive and living so comfortably? It's hard to understand. How many maidens has this fellow harmed? He should have been torn into pieces long ago. Discussions could be heard from the crowd. Old Manning didn't seem to mind as he continued walking towards the girl. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. Just as he was about to reach the girl's side, he suddenly stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed the girl's head. The girl was terrified. For a moment, she didn't have any reaction. Old Man was still very famous. Not only was he powerful, but he was also very cruel, especially to women. Basically, all the women that he defiled would be killed and fed to the snake when he was tired of playing with them. This fellow had a huge python that was very powerful. Old Man Yin's demonic claws were about to land on the girl's head. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Old Man Yin's right hand was directly cut off. At first, Old Man Yin didn't react. However, a moment later, screams like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out. The people who were with him all roared in fear and anger. Who is it? Who is it? Ling Xiao slowly stood up and looked at Old Man Yin and the others indifferently. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. Although the girl's strength wasn't good, she was still here to save Lingung. He couldn't let the girl die. Old Man Yin and his companions were originally a little frightened. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao was only a 16 or 17-year-old youth, they instantly lost their fear. Old Man Yin stopped the bleeding and said angrily, "Kid, you're courting death." Courting death? I think you're the ones courting death. Ling Xiao said with a smile that was not a smile as he walked in front of the girl and stood still. We're courting death? Old Manning sneered and said, with just you? That's right, with just me. Ling Xiao nodded and said, by the way, let me tell you, Lingung is my big brother. Whoever dares to speak ill of him today, I'll cut off his tongue. Scram. Great. So you're also here to save that sinner. I did scold that guy. What can you do? Old Man wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao at all and said proudly, swoosh. Another cold light flashed. Old Man wanted to dodge. However, how could he dodge Ling Xiao's sword light? The sword light flashed and his mouth was full of blood. A section of his tongue fell to the ground. I've said it before. Whoever dares to speak ill of Lingung, I'll cut off their tongue. Did you take my words for granted? Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as frost. In the restaurant, it instantly became dead silent. That girl looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable shock and incomparable excitement. Perhaps many people had long forgotten Ling Xiao's face. However, his strength was there. In the restaurant, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. They dared to not take his words to heart. Sorry, it's our fault. We'll scram now. Old Man Yin's miserable state made his companions incomparably terrified. They were all a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Because that girl was weak enough, they dared to bully her. And Ling Xiao was incomparably powerful. How could they still dare to be the slightest bit complacent and arrogant? Everyone's faces were as if their blood had been sucked away, deathly pale. It's too late to think of scram now. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. These few people wallowed in the mire with that old man. Naturally, They were not good people. There wouldn't be any problems if he killed them. No one would be wronged. The sword light flashed. 6 lives were lost in an instant. Ling Xiao did not waste the slightest bit of extra strength. The 6 people were all stabbed in the throat. Moreover, they were all killed in one move. A bunch of trash. After doing those despicable things, you should find a place to repent. You actually dare to come out and behave atrociously, so arrogant and despotic. Courting death. Ling Xiao glanced at the 6 corpses coldly, then said to the girl, "You'd better leave. I'll save Brother Lin. You'll only be a burden if you stay." Although the words were unpleasant, the girl gladly accepted it. The reason why she came was because no one saved Lin Gong. She would rather die with Lin Gong. Chapter 3007. After the girl left, there was a commotion below. Ling Xiao looked toward the central square. The prisoner carriage had arrived. Lin Gong was really miserable. His 4 limbs were nailed to the wooden frame. Obviously, his cultivation had been destroyed. If not for the Heavenly Demon General's acquiescence or even support, Ice Ceiling Jade, the governor of Ming City, would never have dared to do this. Just a few days ago, Ling Xiao had to change his appearance and escape from Ice Ceiling Jade's pursuit. But now, he was no longer afraid of the governor of Ming City. Ice Ceiling Jade's cultivation was only at the peak of level 15 of Hell in Yinyang Realm, which was the same as Lin Gong. He was able to capture Lin Gong because someone had secretly helped him. Today, Ling Xiao was not only going to save Lin Gong, but he was going to do it openly. Ice Ceiling Jade, didn't you want to publicly execute Lin Gong in front of everyone? Well, this execution platform will be the end of your life. Go to hell with your son as soon as possible. At this moment, there were many seats set up near the execution platform. There were many people sitting on them. Many of them were warriors from the governor's mansion, and some were from other places. They were all friends that Ice Ceiling Jade had invited. The most special ones were the 10 warriors wearing the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciple uniform. Ling Xiao knew all 10 of them. They were all ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. They had cultivated with Ling Xiao before. And the leader of these 10 people was the demon envoy Lin Xian. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Look, that's the demon envoy Lin Xian. The other 10 people are also disciples of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. I heard that they are here to supervise the execution. They are mainly afraid that someone will cause trouble. It seems that the Devil Dragon Sword Court is very concerned about this. Ice Ceiling Jade, the governor of Ming City, had his only son, Bingli, killed. But his luck has turned for the better. He was recognized by the Heavenly Demon General. I heard that the Heavenly Demon General intends to betroth Lin Xian to him. The Lin family is a big family. If Ice Ceiling Jade can get the support of the Lin family, his power and strength will be greatly improved. Hearing these people's discussion, Ice Ceiling Jade was very pleased with itself. They were right. The Heavenly Demon General had personally sought him out. As long as he served the Heavenly Demon Palace, he would definitely be able to marry Lin Xian. For the sake of Lin Xian, he was willing to abandon his current wife. Flies and dogs, colluding with each other. This Lin Xian, in order to achieve her goal, even dared to sell herself. Ling Xiao had already left the restaurant and blended into the crowd, but he had yet to make a move. He couldn't help but comment casually when he heard the discussions around him and looked at Lin Xian and Ice Ceiling Jade's expressions. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult Demon Envoy Lin Xian? Just because of a casual sentence, Ling Xiao attracted a disdainful look. The person who spoke was standing not far away from him. It was an elegant young man who seemed to be from a good family. Seeing Ling Xiao turn his head to look at him, not only did that person not shut his mouth, but he became even more smug as he said, "I don't know where this frog at the bottom of the well came from, but he dares to speak ill of the city lord and demon envoy Lin Xian behind their backs. Compared to them, I'm afraid you're not even a mosquito." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but immediately felt relieved. In this world, there was no lack of bootlickers after all. This guy was clearly a fan of Ice Ceiling Jade and Lin Xian. If I'm a frog at the bottom of the well, then what are you? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, a murderous sword intent appeared in his eyes. It instantly fell on that person. That person trembled all over and actually lost control of his bladder. Just a glance, made him feel as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Trash dessert. You dare to criticize me? Ling Xiao simply couldn't be bothered to argue with this kind of trash and continued to push his way to the front of the crowd. That person collapsed on the ground, feeling his entire body go soft and already didn't have the strength to stand up. The only thing he was thankful for was that Ling Xiao didn't kill him. Otherwise, he might really be easily trampled to death like an ant. Although some people noticed that martial artist who lost control of his bladder. They didn't notice Ling Xiao's action just now. It was just a glance, and it was targeted, so the people around couldn't have noticed it. Ling Xiao once again turned his gaze to the execution platform. Lin Geng looked very weak. Although his eyes were open, it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to speak. At this time, ice-sealing Jade stood up, and the surrounding discussion came to an abrupt end. I won't say anything unnecessary. This Lin Geng was originally a demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, but he was treacherous and despicable, and his behavior was improper. This time, he even sneaked into the city lord's mansion to assassinate me. Fortunately, I'm strong enough to capture this guy. The heavenly demon general placed righteousness above family. He didn't protect Lin Geng just because he was a demon envoy. Instead, he stripped him of his status and handed him over to me to deal with. Such an evil villain naturally needs to be executed in public to show the dignity of the national law. Ice-sealing Jade's words were really dignified, as if everything he did was not for himself, but for the people of Ming City. It was as if the heavenly demon general was a great hero who placed righteousness above family and was as modest as a valley. If Ling Xiao didn't know the truth, he would have been intimidated by this guy. Fortunately, he knew everything. At this time, Lin Xian also stood up and said, Demon Envoy Lin Geng deserves to die. My lord, let's use the punishment. Kill him. Cut this despicable villain into pieces and cut him into pieces. Heavenly Demon General is wise. My lord is brave. Below the stage, a group of people, who seemed to have been arranged in advance, began to shout. My lord, are you missing your son again? Heavenly Demon General is a despicable, shameless, and heartless old dog. How can you brag about him to be so great? It's really disgusting. While countless people were cheering for the Heavenly Demon General's selflessness and the bravery of Ice-Sealing Jade, the city lord of Ming City, a very untimely voice sounded. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have a strong, penetrating power that reached everyone's ears. The crowd suddenly quieted down. There was a dead silence. Someone actually dared to humiliate the city lord of Ming City, Ice-Sealing Jade, during a public execution, and even scolded the Heavenly Demon General? Ming City was Ice-Sealing Jade's territory, and the people sitting on the platform were all influential people. Who was it that had the guts to be so arrogant? Who is it? Ice-Sealing Jade roared angrily. People were also looking for the person who spoke. Only a fool would stand up and admit it. He's just hiding behind people's backs and talking nonsense. That's right. I don't believe there's such a bold person in this world. That was probably what many people thought. However, in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face. A figure strode up to the execution platform with his head held high. This person was dressed in a green robe, with sharp eyebrows and cold eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his handsomeness. Chapter 3008. His long black hair fluttered behind Ling Xiao's head like flying sword chi. He gave people the feeling that he was so free and easy, but also so earth-shattering. He was like a peerless sword. Although he hadn't been unsheathed, he already made people tremble with fear. Who knows this guy? I don't know. This guy is so bold. He dares to pick a fight on this public execution platform. Does he want to be buried with Lin Geng? Many people were muttering in their hearts. This was a public execution in Ming City. As the city lord of Ming City, how could Bing Fengyu allow someone to make trouble? Even Lin Xian, the demon envoy from the Demon Dragon Sword Court, would not allow others to mess around. Most people didn't know Ling Xiao. Lin Xian didn't know him either. This was because Ling Xiao's appearance had changed. However, Lin Xian felt that his arrogant and domineering aura was a little familiar. Some people had seen Ling Xiao kill Bing Li and Lan Ruo in Ming City and had a little impression of him. He was so arrogant, unruly, and domineering that looked at everyone as if they were nothing. Who was he? Which family's young master had such a strong aura and courage? However, they couldn't figure it out at the moment. Ling Xiao's aura shocked everyone. Even ice-sealing Jade did not dare to act rashly. In the face of Ling Xiao's arrogance and condescension, ice-sealing Jade only cupped its fists and said, "Young hero, may I know who your master is?" He asked this because he was worried that Ling Xiao had a strong backer. He wasn't the only one. In fact, when he saw Ling Xiao's arrogant look and powerful aura, he felt that Ling Xiao was most likely a young master from a big force. The people below who were watching the show were a little stunned. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao appeared on the public execution platform and humiliated Bing Fengyu, the city lord of Ming City, and the demon general of the Demon Dragon Sword Court in public. He should have been killed a long time ago. However, the reality was that even Bing Fengyu didn't dare to act rashly. He even asked about his situation. "You don't have to worry. I don't have anyone backing me up, and I'm not the son of a powerful force." Ling Xiao naturally knew what Frozen Jade was afraid of. He sneered and said, "Actually, I have some grudges with you, the city lord of Ming City." Grudges? Frozen Jade was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember knowing this young man. "That's right. Haven't you been chasing after me for the past few days?" Ling Xiao smiled. "It's you." Frozen Jade suddenly remembered. "You're the guy who killed my son." Frozenly, his anger continued to rise. For the past few days, he had been looking for this person. His only son had been killed, and he was heartbroken. However, this person seemed to have completely disappeared and never appeared again. Who would have thought that she would appear before him in Ming City because of Lin Gong? This was an opportunity, a chance for revenge. "That's right. It's me." Ling Xiao looked at Frozen Jade indifferently and said, "Back then, your idiotic son wanted to kill me because of a shameless woman, but I killed him instead. You led the army to seek revenge, but unfortunately, you weren't smart enough to let me escape. Now, I'm back. Aren't you happy?" Ling Xiao's words were full of sarcasm and sarcasm. Frozen Jade's face turned ugly. "Bastard! You killed young Master Frozen Li, City Lord. I'm the commander of Ming City City Defense Camp. I should be serving you to capture this thief. You don't have to deal with such a small fry." At this moment, a warrior in armor stood up from the seat. He said loudly. His cultivation was strong, but he was only at the advanced stage of level 15 of Hell in Yinyang Realm. If it was a few days ago, Ling Xiao wouldn't be his match. He would definitely run away if he encountered him. But today, Ling Xiao didn't care about the city defense camp commander at all. This person wanted to curry favor with Frozen Jade and wanted to find trouble with him. He was simply courting death. However, to the commander, it wasn't him who was courting death, but Ling Xiao who was courting death. "All right. Thank you, Commander Zhang." Frozen Jade hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Hearing this, the commander was excited. He strode toward Ling Xiao. His aura exploded, and he was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to capture Ling Xiao and ask for a reward from his master. That old bastard, ice-sealing Jade, was very cunning. Firstly, he didn't know Ling Xiao's strength and could ask Commander Zhang to test him. Secondly, he didn't know what force was behind Ling Xiao. If Commander Zhang killed this boy, he still had a chance to turn the situation around. "Boy, you're arrogant. But such an arrogant person probably won't live long. I'd like to see how a clown like you dares to cause trouble at a public execution in Ming City." After he finished speaking, Commander Zhang let out a furious roar. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pierced it towards Ling Yun. The sharp killing intent wrapped around the tip of the spear and blew Ling Xiao's clothes wildly. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. The corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Commander Zhang was being used by Frozen Jade and was very pitiful, but he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, which was very hateful. A pitiful person must have something hateful. Suddenly, a soaring sword intent pierced the void and pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao stood there like a peerless sword in its scabbard. But at that moment, It was as if a peerless sword had been unsheathed. A murderous aura instantly shrouded the entire square. The aura was terrifying. The fighting spirit was terrifying. Commander Zhang was also stunned. He was frightened by Ling Zhao's terrifying sword intent and trembled all over. He stopped in his tracks and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He felt that he was like a sparrow struggling in the wind. He was tortured to death by the crazy sword intent. How terrifying! Commander Zhang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His long spear fell to the ground, and he turned around to escape. Only now did he realize that the person in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. He was too impulsive. You're only afraid now? It's too late. Ling Zhao's ghostly figure instantly blocked the man's path. Then, he stretched out his right hand, grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him up. At that moment, Commander Zhang's entire body went limp, and he did not even have the courage to resist. His heart was filled with terror. There was a sharp pain in his neck. The terrifying sword intent had penetrated his body and was constantly destroying his meridians. It was raging in his body. Screams of agony rang out. However, Ling Zhao did not kill him immediately. Instead, he threw him to the ground and stepped on him. Then, he looked at Frozen Jade. His eyes were filled with indifference and mockery. Chapter 3009. Pitiful Ant, you're so loyal to your master. But you don't know that he's just using you to test me. Has he ever cared about your life or death? Although Ling Zhao was looking at ice-sealing Jade, his words were directed at Commander Zhang under his feet. Commander Zhang was stunned for a moment and struggled to look at ice-sealing Jade, hoping that ice-sealing Jade could refute Ling Zhao's point of view. However, ice-sealing Jade did not say anything. Ling Zhao's words hit the nail on the head. He had no way to refute it all. If he refuted, it would only put him in a more awkward situation. Commander Zhang's heart was completely cold. Sorrow came from within. He's my subordinate. If I want him to die, he has to die. What's wrong with that? After a long time, ice-sealing Jade spoke. He did not want to lose to Ling Zhao in terms of momentum, but his words made him seem even more shameless. What a shameless city lord. How could he say such words? Aren't you afraid that your subordinates behind you will be bitterly disappointed? Ling Zhao mocked. Bitterly disappointed? How dare they? Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. I'm stronger than them, and my status is higher than theirs. They have to listen to me. Ice-sealing Jade said coldly. So it doesn't matter if I kill you because I'm stronger than you? Ling Zhao sneered. Yes, but that's impossible. Ice-sealing Jade did not know where his confidence came from. It was probably because he saw that Ling Zhao was young, so his judgment was definitely not as good as his. Young hero, please spare me. I was just confused for a moment. I'm innocent. Commander Zhang, who was under Ling Zhao's foot, shouted in horror. Looking at him, Ling Zhao's eyes became extremely cold and contemptuous. You're innocent? If I'm not as strong as you, I would have died just now, right? Yes, you were confused for a moment, but you have to bear the consequences of your actions. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and stern. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and exerted force on his foot. Commander Zhang's neck had been broken. He was completely dead. This scene caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. What a ruthless young man. What a decisive young man. He didn't even hesitate to kill. He had no intention of showing mercy at all. Perhaps Commander Zhang only realized his regret at the moment of his death. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a second chance in this world. If you think that others will let you go just because you want to kill them, then you will fall one day. With a kick, he sent the corpse flying. Ling Zhao looked at the ice-sealing Jade and sneered. He knew very well that if he had been weaker than Commander Zhang, the corpse that had been kicked away would have been his. Having experienced so many trials of life and death, he was well aware of such matters. Therefore, he naturally would not show mercy. What are you trying to do? Frozen Jade frowned her eyebrows and asked sternly, Release Lin Geng and let him come with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre today. With Ling Zhao's strength, he didn't want to blow things up too much right now. If he could take Lin Geng away without fighting, that would be for the best. However, Ice-Sealing Jade obviously wouldn't agree. That's impossible. Ice-Sealing Jade waved his hand and said, "Kid, don't be so shameless. Seeing that you're still young, I can ignore the pain of losing my son as long as you leave obediently." "Ha ha ha, don't care about the pain of losing your son. You're afraid, aren't you?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically. "I killed that trash Commander Zhang so easily. You must be afraid because even you can't do that." "Shut up," Ice-Sealing Jade roared. "Shut up." Ling Xiao took a step forward. A vast killing intent turned into a thick sword essence and pierced toward Ice-Sealing Jade. At that moment, Ice-Sealing Jade's expression changed drastically. He actually took a few steps back before stopping. At this moment, his face was already alternating between red and green, and he was extremely embarrassed. As the governor of Ming City, he was scared into retreating by the enemy who killed his son. Moreover, it was in front of tens of thousands of people. It was too embarrassing. "A trash like you is actually a governor. I'm really embarrassed for the people of Heavenly Sword Hall. How could they fancy trash like you? How dare you say that I'm shameless? You don't even have face yourself. Who do you want to give face to?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "To be honest, I don't even have the interest to kill trash like you. Get lost." As he spoke, he walked toward Lin Geng. He didn't put Ice-Sealing Jade in his eyes at all. "Audacious madman, you're getting more and more arrogant." Ice-Sealing Jade's position as the governor was personally appointed by the Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Lord. "You're so young, yet you dare to slander him. You're simply courting death." Lin Xian finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She also stood up from the stands and looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, kneel down and apologize." "Bitch, you shut your mouth too." Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Lin Xian. She wanted him to kneel down and apologize? What a joke. If the Devil Lord came personally, it might be possible. But a mere devil envoy Lin Xian thought too highly of herself. Bitch? Hearing such a title, Lin Xian almost went crazy. And the crowd that was watching the show was also surprised. Who the hell was this young man? Not giving face to Ming City's governor. He even dared to scold the Devil Dragon Sword Court's devil envoy? Could it be that he really had a terrifying backer behind him? Don't think that you can continue to do evil just because you have a backer behind you. If you push me too far, I, Lin Xian, won't show mercy. Lin Xian wished she could cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. But she was also afraid that Ling Xiao had some expert or great power behind him. She was hesitant in her heart. Cowards, I've already told you. I'm me. I don't have any great power behind me. If you want to kill me, just do it. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian and said, I'll really say it here today. I only have one purpose, and that is to take Lin Geng away. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill them. There's no room for discussion. If you people still want to live, it's best that you don't do anything. A threat? It was a complete threat. Ling Zhao's words were very clear. He didn't want to kill. He only wanted to save people. Whoever dared to stop him, he would destroy them. He threatened Ming City's governor. He threatened the Devil Dragon Sword Court's devil envoy Lin Xian. He also threatened the various experts sitting in the stands. He seemed to be fearless and supercilious. Ling Zhao's words made the faces of Bing Fengyu, Lin Xian, and the others very ugly. There were many experts on their side. Any one of them had a cultivation base that wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao. But under such circumstances, Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten them. Was he really fearless? Or was he just bluffing? This kid was simply too arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although I don't know which family's young master you are, none of the people here are ordinary. Do you really think that these people will endure your insults? Lin Xian couldn't help but roar. Her eyes were already flashing with killing intent. If there weren't so many people here today, she would have really made a move. Chapter 30:10. Lin Xian was still somewhat afraid of Ling Zhao's imaginary backer. She really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao dared to be enemies with so many experts if he didn't have a backer. Revealing his snow-white teeth, Ling Xiao bloomed into a sunny smile. That's how arrogant I am. So arrogant. What can you do? His sunny smile instantly turned into a mocking sneer. Ling Xiao's casual words made Lin Xian's brows instantly knit together. Her expression became even more unsightly. This Ling Xiao? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Ling Xiao didn't need to give face to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had plotted to kill him. Today was a great opportunity to take revenge. So what if Lin Xian didn't like him? He also didn't like this bitch. However, his domineering speech made the blood of many onlookers boil in an instant. They also wanted to mock those high and mighty big shots face to face, and they also wanted to glare at those who had bullied them. Unfortunately, they didn't dare, because of fear. However, Ling Xiao had completely done what they wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Each of them felt that at this moment, they had become Ling Xiao. The depression and anger in their chest had been vented through Ling Xiao. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the big shots in the stands, especially Lin Xian who bore the brunt of it, had become extremely gloomy, like a pool of stagnant water. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Because of anger, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She also wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and she also wanted to refute Ling Xiao. However, thinking about it carefully, Commander Zhang was killed in one move. This was something that ice-sealing Jade couldn't do, and neither could she. Moreover, she was very afraid of Ling Xiao's imaginary backer. What a good-for-nothing, relying on the Devil Dragon Sword Court to act like a tyrant. Who do you think you are? I gave you a chance to teach me a lesson, but you don't dare to? However, Ling Xiao did not intend to let Lin Xian off the hook. Every word he said was filled with mockery, sarcasm, and derision. These words made Lin Xian's expression turn even uglier. As for the ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion behind Lin Xian, they were all filled with righteous indignation. They wished they could immediately attack and kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about their gazes at all. Since he dared to come here today to save Lin Geng, he had made all the necessary preparations. Once he had decided on something, even if it was wrong, he would never regret it. He looked at those fellows who were usually high and mighty but were now filled with righteous indignation. The sneer on Ling Xiao's face deepened. Then, he spat out a sentence. A bunch of trash. If you're so angry, then come and kill me. I'm just one person, and all of you, no matter who you are, can stand up and fight me. Taking turns to fight him or ganging up on him was not a problem. However, once they started fighting, it would be a matter of life and death. If you don't have the guts, then hold it in. Stop saying pretty words. It's as boring as a dog's fart. Provocation. It was a complete provocation. Ling Xiao alone was provoking everyone led by Frozen Jade. Dead silence. The surrounding discussions quieted down in an instant. Everyone was stunned. This young man didn't take others seriously, did he? He was so arrogant and dismissive. He was crazy to the extreme. That sentence kept echoing in everyone's mind. The warriors led by Frozen Jade rubbed their fists, eager to teach this guy a lesson. They couldn't take it anymore. Who could stand being ridiculed and sarcastic by a 16 or 17-year-old kid? Kill. There were still a few people with backbone on the spectator stand. Or perhaps they were overestimating themselves. At the same time, 4 people attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. All of them were warriors in the advanced stage of the 15th level of Hell in Yinyang Realm. Their strength was not inferior to that of Commander Zhang. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao only smiled disdainfully. His figure disappeared again like a phantom. Then, 4 consecutive screams were heard. 4 corpses fell on the execution platform. There was an obvious blood mark on each of their throats. Too powerful. Exclamations came from the crowd. If it was said that Ling Xiao had proven his strength by killing Commander Zhang, then Ling Xiao had already proven his strength. Then, it was simply terrifying that he killed these 4 people. 4 experts were killed. For a moment, the scene was in a stalemate again. No one dared to act rashly. Ling Xiao might really have no background, but his strength was so powerful that it made people tremble with fear. Who dared to court death? Ling Xiao glanced at them disdainfully and was already in front of Lin Geng. He saved Lin Geng from the shelf in front of the ice-sealing Jade and fed him a healing pill, as if there was no one around, as if those experts were air. Kid, do you know what you are doing? Do you know who you have offended today? Frozen Jade obviously did not expect Ling Xiao to be more difficult to deal with than he thought. This seemingly fearless kid actually had a terrifying strength that left him in the dust. Cut the crap. I have already made it very clear. Not happy? Come and fight. Take turns to fight. Come at me together. No problem. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and full of mockery. The words caused Frozen Jade's mood to drop to the bottom. But so what? Here, no one could stop Ling Xiao, and no one could scare Ling Xiao. They could only watch this kid be rampant here. This made them look like a group of clowns. He was Frozen Jade, the city lord of Ming City, the city lord personally appointed by the Demon Master. And Lin Xian was the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. There were also many disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall and the high officials and nobles of Ming City. Normally, no one would be willing to provoke these people. Ordinary warriors would be afraid to avoid them. But Ling Xiao, this fellow, just didn't believe this at all. This extremely frivolous young man was simply a madman, a pervert. He wasn't afraid of anyone, no one. Whether it was the city lord of Ming City or the demon envoy Lin Xian, they were all scolded badly by him. But it just so happened that this madman who seemed to know nothing was terrifyingly powerful. None of them were a match for him. Kid, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Frozen Jade's patience had finally reached its limit. He roared angrily, and his feet soared into the air. Monstrous killing intent bloomed on the execution platform. Boundless chilliness swept towards the leader. Behind him, a demonic beast covered in ice appeared. That was his martial soul. Although it was a beast martial soul, it could control the cold air. He finally made his move. That kid should be suppressed. There were many people who could not stand Ling Xiao. Many of them were cowards who did not dare to go against authority or Frozen Jade, so they did not want others to do so. If someone really did so, they could not wait for the person to be killed, and the result would be miserable. Chapter 30:11. Those cowards wanted to prove that they were right to be the dogs of the strong. But how could Ling Xiao let these dogs be so smug? Looking at the ferocious ice-sealing Jade, Ling Xiao temporarily put Lin Geng, who was gradually waking up, into the beast ring. Then, he straightened his body and looked at ice-sealing Jade. A terrifying sword essence rushed out from his body and fought with ice-sealing Jade's fighting spirit in the void. Ling Xiao did not move. Facing ice-sealing Jade, he still only raised his right hand and pointed a finger at his opponent. Kid, you've underestimated me. Ice-sealing Jade was completely enraged by Ling Xiao's contempt. An even more powerful aura poured into his attack. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. Above his finger, a ball of sword chi was constantly condensing. At that moment, the sword chi was released, and the dazzling sword radiance pierced toward his opponent. Swish, swish. The piercing sound of the sword was heard. The sword radiance tore ice-sealing Jade's arm. At that moment, ice-sealing Jade let out a hysterical scream and frantically dodged to the side. However, the right arm he used to attack was completely crippled. Fresh blood flowed from his broken right shoulder and spilled on the execution platform. It was so bright and so shocking. Ling Xiao casually pointed a finger and cut off ice-sealing Jade's arm, almost piercing his throat and killing him. This kind of strength made the hearts of countless people tremble. He's too strong. How can he be so ridiculously strong? The martial artists in Ming City had seen many martial artists, but ice-sealing Jade was the strongest person who had seen him in action. Now, the strongest person in their hearts was injured by Ling Xiao so easily. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Although this young man was arrogant and insufferably arrogant, it was because he was strong enough. Everyone knew that if ice-sealing Jade had not desperately dodged that attack, he would have been dead by now. It would not be as simple as losing an arm. I'll spare your life for the sake of your dead son. But if there's a next time, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's cold voice came from his mouth. Everyone was even more shocked. It turned out that it wasn't the ice-sealing Jade that had avoided the attack, but Ling Xiao had deliberately shown mercy. Just how strong was this young man? It was too terrifying. It was no wonder that he dared to attack without any hesitation. With such strength, It would only be possible if there was a martial artist at the first revolution in Yang Realm's 16th level of hell present. Otherwise, who would be able to intimidate Ling Xiao? However, how could it be so easy to see a Yin-Yang realm cultivator at the 16th level of hell? Although Frozen Jade was the city lord of Bright City, it was only a small city. Among his subordinates and acquaintances, there were not many martial art practitioners with a cultivation level above one transformation 16 levels of hell. Perhaps the Heavenly Demon General could be counted as such, but why would the Heavenly Demon General personally appear for such a trivial matter? The appearance of Lin Xian, this devil envoy, was actually already giving him enough face. All the ancient martial art practitioners in Ming City were here, but they could only watch as a 16-year-old youth behaved atrociously. Extremely helpless. It was also laughable. However, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to consider their feelings. Since he had saved Lin Geng, he was ready to leave. This was the real purpose of his visit to Ming City. After saving Lin Geng, he still had to go to the 9-level Demon Tower to improve his cultivation. The ancient martial art practitioners in Ming City were too weak. They could not stimulate the potential in his body at all. It would not help him improve his cultivation at all. However, there was someone who did not want him to leave. Stop right there. Lin Xian blocked in front of him. Lin Geng belongs to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. You can't take him away. What if I insist on taking him away? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian sarcastically. Perhaps he did not want to kill Frozen Jade, but he really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Seeing this woman blocking his way, he already had the intention to kill her. If you want to leave, you can leave. However, Lin Geng must stay. Lin Xian still said the same thing. Behind her, the ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion stood out. It seemed that they were going to block Ling Xiao's way no matter what. It seems that my words don't carry weight. In that case, don't blame me. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, a terrifying killing intent rushed toward Lin Xian. A sword appeared in his hand. It was not the Demon Dragon Sword, but the 8 Immortal Sword. He did not use this sword when he was in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. He thought that it would be useful in case he needed to hide his identity. The sword came out. Killing intent bloomed. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than before. At the same time, he entered the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. He did not dare to be too careless when dealing with Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was disgusting, she was indeed very strong. At least within the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn, she was probably invincible. Therefore, he used a sword and transformed. He had not publicly used the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Therefore, it was not a problem to use it now. Undying Bird Bai Fong? No, he is too young. His strength is not as strong as Bai Fong. Is he Bai Fong's disciple? Almost every time Ling Xiao used the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation, people would speculate. They thought that he was the disciple of the Undying Bird Bai Fong, who was ranked 4th on the bounty list. No wonder he is so strong and is not afraid of Ming City's city lord. That Undying Bird Bai Fong is a martial artist at the 18th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn. He is almost as strong as the Demon Lord of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Palace Master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. It can't be wrong. His arrogant and domineering personality is very similar to the Undying Bird Bai Fong. While people were discussing, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The person in front of her who had the same name as Ling Xiao had the Undying Bird Bai Fong as his backer. Although that guy was very strong, he was not on the right path. Moreover, he was wanted by the Heavenly Sword Hall. He would not dare to cause trouble openly. In that case, it was not a big deal for her to kill Ling Xiao. At most, she would hide in the Demon Dragon Sword Court and not come out. Thinking of this, a ball of golden light appeared behind her. Then, the golden light turned into a golden firebird. Her martial soul was the same as Lin Feiyang's, but it was more powerful. Lin Feiyang had to take an elixir to turn the golden light into a firebird, but Lin Xian did not need it. I am only afraid of the power behind you. Do you really think I am afraid of you? The moment Lin Xian released her martial soul, her fighting spirit soared. A terrifying aura was released on the execution platform. I didn't say that. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian coldly. But he had to admit that Lin Xian was very strong. She was at the peak of the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn. Her fighting strength was not inferior to Jin Luowing's. Originally, he was a little disappointed that he did not meet a tough opponent this time. But now, it was all good. Lin Xian might be able to satisfy him. You are still so arrogant. I want to see how strong you are. Lin Xian was very confident. Chapter 30:12. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've never met a worthy opponent in the 16 levels of hell. The martial artists of the Demon Dragon Sword Court all know that I'm invincible in the 16 levels of hell. Lin Xian said confidently. That only means that the opponent you met was weak. It doesn't mean anything. Also, people who say they're invincible only show their ignorance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You dare say I'm ignorant? Lin Xian's face turned ugly. A blazing aura bloomed from her body. The sword in her hand flashed with golden light. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose by a lot. Those few ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion had no choice but to stand far away, afraid that they would be affected by the shockwaves. Demon Envoy Lin Xian is too powerful. Once she releases her martial soul, that kid is dead for sure. That's right. Even a martial artist at the 16 levels of hell in the first cycle of Yin-Yang realm has to be wary of Demon Envoy Lin Xian. Moreover, that kid's cultivation doesn't seem to exceed the 15 levels of hell in the first cycle. Demon Envoy Lin Xian was just worried about that kid's backer. She didn't expect that kid to expose his identity. The disciple of the Undying Bird by Fong is someone that everyone wants to kill. These people didn't seem to be worried about Lin Xian at all. Or rather, they thought that Lin Xian would definitely win. Ling Xiao had never paid much attention to these meaningless discussions. He knew Lin Xian's strength. Kill. Without wasting any time, Ling Xiao leaped and turned into a ball of black flame as he charged toward Lin Xian. The 8 immortal sword in his hand was also wrapped in the black Undying Bird's fire. Although it was only an unusual fire, it was still a rare sight in the Black Tortoise continent. An unusual fire was already very powerful. The black unusual fire caused the temperature on the execution platform to rise again. There was a burnt smell in the air. Something must have been burned. Under the protection of the crowd, Ice Ceiling Jade retreated to the execution platform. Only Lin Xian and Ling Xiao stood there, using the execution platform as an arena. What a terrifying sword and tint. What a powerful unusual fire. As expected of the Undying Bird by Fong's disciple. She's too powerful. Under the crowd's astonishment, Ling Xiao's sword and Lin Xian's sword collided. The black and golden flames blended together. They burned and devoured each other. Ling Xiao's flame was a mystical flame, while Lin Xian's flame was a demonic flame released by her martial spirit. Although Lin Xian's grade was not as high as Ling Xiao's, she had the support of her martial soul. Therefore, in terms of power, she was not inferior at all. Rumble. The two types of flames were equally matched. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the execution platform collapsed instantly. After all, this was not a professional arena. Without the protection of a formation, how could an ordinary stone platform withstand the powerful attacks of these two people? Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. The stronger Lin Xian's attack was, the more advantageous it would be for him. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was slowly increasing again. Although this speed was very slow, as long as it could be improved, it was a good thing. However, to Lin Xian, she was unable to feel happy. She believed that the sword in her hand was better than Ling Xiao's. His martial soul was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Her cultivation level was more powerful than Ling Xiao's. Logically speaking, even if Ling Xiao could not be killed in this collision, he should be seriously injured. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be unscathed and could even be on par with her? Boom. The two of them retreated almost at the same time. In the void, after the fierce collision, the two flames completely dissipated. Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao. The golden light on her long sword was even more dazzling. It seems that you are stronger than I thought, but I have general-level martial arts. Do you? A trace of complacency appeared on her face. In the Devil Dragon Sword Court, the demon envoys all had 1 or 2 general-level martial arts. Although it was only an elementary general-level martial arts, it was definitely able to crush those at the peak of the soldier level. Unless a warrior could cultivate the peak of the soldier level martial arts to the perfection of martial spirit. Otherwise, there was no way to resist it. And even if one reached the perfection of martial spirit, he would be powerless in the face of an elementary general level martial arts. The people around were so nervous that they swallowed their saliva. Even if it was only an elementary general level martial arts, they had never seen it before. The most powerful martial arts they had ever seen was only at the peak of the soldier level. Today, they were finally going to have an eye-opener. On Lin Xian's long sword, golden light kept flashing. The surrounding light elements seemed to be swallowed by a vortex and kept surging toward the long sword. The firebird behind Lin Xian became even bigger. Her whole body was wrapped in golden light, and her aura increased by at least 2 or 3 times. An elementary general level martial arts? I have never seen it before, but I have something fun that you can try. Ling Xiao put away the 8 immortal sword. Above his right hand, the pitch-black energy continued to condense, and gradually, a black flower appeared. This flower was like a lotus, but it was as black as ink and contained a terrifying energy that made people tremble. As long as it is not a general-level martial arts, do you think I will be afraid? The first move of the light divine sword, escaping light. Lin Xian snorted and finally stabbed out with the sword in her hand. Fast. It was extremely fast. This sword was like a laser beam, flashing past in an instant. People's eyes couldn't catch it and could only turn to look at Ling Xiao. Night Demon Flower. Ling Xiao also released his move. The power of the Night Demon Flower was equivalent to the power of a peak soldier-level martial arts. Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his identity in the Demon Dragon Sword Court, so he couldn't use the True Demon Sword formation and the True Demon Supreme Sword. This Night Demon Flower naturally became the key move in the fierce battle between him and Lin Xian. Anyway, he hadn't used this move when he was in the White Tiger continent, so his previous enemies didn't know about it. The Black Night Demon Flower bloomed in the void, like a flower of fear from the demon realm. The escaping light hit the Night Demon Flower in an instant. Something strange happened. Light and darkness intertwined and then twisted. There was a terrible explosion. The entire execution platform was wrapped in it. Lin Xian and Ling Xiao didn't have time to dodge and were sent flying by the terrible power. Ling Xiao somersaulted in the air several times before he stopped, but there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. As for Lin Xian, her physical body couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's. However, her cultivation was stronger and her injuries were more serious than Ling Xiao's, but it didn't affect her battle. She just looked a little embarrassed. Hee, it seems that your beginner general-level martial arts have only been cultivated to the small success level. If you're proficient in fire, I really can't block it. Ling Xiao laughed. Although he was injured, he gained more. The power of the escaping light was indeed terrible. It filled his cultivation sea with 30% of its energy in an instant. However, Ling Xiao also thought that the explosion just now was not just the power of the escaping light, but also the power of the Night Demon Flower. Chapter 3013. The terrifying explosion produced by the fusion of the evasive light and the Night Demon Flower's energy was extraordinary. In order to prevent Ling Xiao's body from being torn apart by the crazy explosion, the potential in his body was released to a large extent. It allowed him to raise the energy in his cultivation sea by 30%. I've really underestimated you. Lin Xian stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The expression on her face became more and more ferocious. If the lesser mastery of the evasive light can't kill you, then what about mastery? She suddenly laughed. Even the heavenly demon general did not know that he had cultivated the evasive light to mastery. She had originally planned to continue hiding it, but Ling Xiao's strength forced her to use this move as soon as possible. Ling Xiao frowned. He really did not expect that Lin Xian had actually cultivated such a powerful move to the level of proficiency. In this way, the Night Demon Flower would definitely not be able to block it. Looks like I can only use that move. Taking a deep breath, he already had a countermeasure. Although it was more dangerous, if he succeeded, he would definitely win this battle. While he was calculating, Lin Xian's move had already begun to brew. It was the same move, but the aura brewing was much stronger than before. Crazy golden flames burned in the entire space. The martial artist had no choice but to flee in all directions to avoid this terrifying attack. Ice Ceiling Jade was already stunned. Although my cultivation is similar to Demon Envoy Lin Xian's, in terms of combat strength, we are simply not on the same level. This move is too powerful. Ling Xiao can't block it. He was not someone who easily convinced others, but today, seeing Lin Xian's performance, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. Demon Envoy Lin Xian. Why didn't she use such a powerful move earlier? She let that brat be so arrogant. Someone beside him said indignantly, "Idiot, what do you know? This move must consume a lot of energy. If she can't defeat the opponent, she will be restrained by the opponent. If she is not completely confident, why would Demon Envoy Lin Xian use it so easily?" Ice Ceiling Jade scolded. "You are right, City Lord." While they were talking, Lin Xian's attack was already fully brewed. A huge firebird screeched behind Lin Xian. The long sword in his hand shone with a dazzling golden light. The surging and terrifying energy was released like the light of destruction that could destroy the heavens and earth. Proficient realm, evasive light. Finally, Lin Xian released her move. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. Was it life? Was it death? Everything was in this one strike. Would Ling Xiao be able to withstand such a terrifying attack? Let's see if we can block it first. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. His battle with Lin Xian was not just to kill her. He also hoped to borrow her strength to help him break through. With such a powerful attack, it would be a pity not to use it to stimulate the potential in his body. He activated his internal energy. Almost all of his strength was used on defense. As long as he did not die, he believed that Lin Xian's attack was enough to allow him to break through his cultivation. Rumble. A direct hit. Ling Xiao was sent flying by the terrifying sword light, crashing into a nearby house. Flames filled the sky, and the scene was extremely shocking. Frozen Jade stood up excitedly when he saw this scene. He did not forget the humiliation and pain of losing his right arm. He also did not forget that his only son was killed by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was dead, he would be very happy and satisfied. He would not hesitate to hold a carnival for 10 days and 10 nights in Ming City. Everyone looked at the collapsed building nervously. There was too much smoke and dust. They did not know how Ling Xiao was doing. However, it was undeniable that Lin Xian's attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was hit head-on. He probably would not be able to escape death. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Who asked you to offend me? Lin Xian knelt on one knee and looked very tired. She believed that her move had definitely killed Ling Xiao. She was originally worried that Ling Xiao would dodge, but she saw clearly that Ling Xiao would definitely die if he was hit head-on. Deserve it? Are you talking about me? Suddenly, a voice sounded directly above Lin Xian's head. Everyone looked in that direction in shock. A ball of golden flame condensed there and soon turned into a human figure. It's him. It's that guy. He's not dead. But how did he get there? Everyone was stunned, including Lin Xian, who had no strength to fight back. She found it hard to believe that the attack she had put in so much effort into, in the end, was exchanged for such an outcome. Are you disappointed? Looking at Lin Xian's incredulous expression, Ling Xiao mocked her. I have to thank you. It was your attack that helped me break through to the advanced stage of the 15th level of Hell in the first turn of the Yin-Yang state. Of course, I was also almost killed by you. That attack was really powerful. As Ling Xiao spoke, he pressed one hand on Lin Xian's head. If he wanted to, he could easily kill Lin Xian. How did you do it? Lin Xian could not understand. Have you heard of the Golden Phoenix incarnation? Ling Xiao chuckled. What? You've learned the unique skill of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, the Golden Phoenix incarnation. Lin Xian finally understood why she lost. She turned her head to look in the direction of the collapsed building. A figure appeared there as well, although he was in a sorry state and seemed to be seriously injured. However, there was a victorious smile hanging on the corner of that figure's mouth. I'm a merciful person. Before you die, I'll tell you a good thing. He suddenly bent down and whispered in Lin Xian's ear. I'm Ling Xiao, the one who killed Lin Feiyang. I just changed my appearance. Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao in horror. She wanted to say something, but she found that she could no longer speak. Ling Xiao released the terrifying mystical fire of the immortal bird from his hand and directly drilled into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was frightened and regretful. She was also very unwilling. She was going to die, and she was going to die in the hands of her enemy. She and her younger brother had actually died at the hands of this person. She was unwilling. But so what? At this moment, no one could save her. Although the mystical fire of the immortal bird was extremely hot, at that moment, Lin Xian's body felt a terrifying bone-piercing cold. Die! Murderous intent surged and raged in the void. Ling Xiao had already used Lin Xian to make his cultivation break through another level. It was time for Lin Xian to die. Lin Xian had tried to kill him many times, so he absolutely could not let her live in this world. At that moment, Lin Xian's body turned into a pile of powder. When the wind blew, it drifted with the wind and disappeared without a trace. Dead. Lin Xian, the dignified demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, was killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. All of this was like a dream. It was a little absurd, but it was so real. Chapter 30:14. The city lord of Ming City wanted to publicly execute Lin Geng, and Lin Xian was also a supervisor. Countless people came here to join in the fun, wanting to see the process of the public execution. But what they saw was not Lin Geng's death. It was the birth of a peerless youth. It was the tragic death of Lin Xian. In front of everyone in Ming City, Ling Xiao gave them a painful lesson. The disciples of the Demon Dragon Sword Court looked at Lin Xian's disappearing body with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. Dead. Lin Xian was dead. They were killed by this young martial artist who came out of nowhere. How could they explain this to their sects when they returned? Could they say that Lin Xian died in the hands of a nobody? Ice Ceiling Jade's breathing also became rapid. Not long ago, he announced that Ling Xiao would die in the hands of Lin Xian. But at this moment, Lin Xian became a corpse, and Ling Xiao was still alive and well. In the stands, those aristocratic warriors also stood up. The Demon Dragon Sword Court's demon envoy was killed in front of them, and they could not absolve themselves from the blame. So, they channeled their inner anger onto Ling Xiao. The air in the entire central square was filled with a strong, murderous aura. These murderous auras were all targeted at Ling Xiao. It was as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and looked around. His eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. This scene made people extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone saw Ling Xiao's strength. Who else dared to attack him? In the streets, there were constant sounds of hurried footsteps. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that it was the city defense army of Ming City and the private army of the city lord's mansion. Their arrival made the crowd of onlookers move aside. The people in the army were all warriors. Their purpose for coming here was naturally still for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao killed Lin Xian, so Ice Ceiling Jade could not let him leave no matter what. Otherwise, he could not explain to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. So today, even if it was a life and death struggle, Ice Ceiling Jade was going to go all out. Moreover, he believed that Ling Xiao must have exhausted a lot of energy in the battle with Lin Xian. It was impossible for him to be as powerful as before. Soon, the entire central square was completely surrounded by soldiers. Both the air and the ground were guarded by martial artists, not giving Ling Xiao any escape route. As the city lord of Ming City, Frozen Jade had the right to mobilize all the armed forces, especially when he was being threatened. And now was the time. He would rather leave the city gates of Ming City unguarded than to leave Ling Xiao alive. The Golden Phoenix Incarnation and Ling Xiao merged into one again. Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill. It had to be said that Lin Xian's attack still caused his body to suffer heavy injuries. But at the critical moment, he used the Golden Phoenix Incarnation to switch places with his main body and defeated Lin Xian in one fell swoop. Of course, he still needed healing pills. Although he didn't care about this motley crew, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any experts appearing. He had to do his best to ensure that he could erupt with his strongest combat strength at any time. As for the motley crew, he didn't care at all. Numbers were not a problem for him at all. He only needed to use the bloodthirsty plague to make these people suffer so much that they would rather die. He dared to kill whoever dared to kill him. There was no need to hesitate. Ice-sealing Jade hid behind countless soldiers and seemed to feel much safer. He then said in a cold and proud tone, "You actually killed the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Lin Xian. I must make you pay." Ice-sealing Jade, "I'll spare your life on account of your only son's death. Don't be stupid. Once the order to attack is given, I won't let you live." Ling Xiao stood there without the slightest intention of escaping. He looked at Ice-sealing Jade coldly. His words were a warning and a threat at the same time. Ice-sealing Jade's face was gloomy. To be honest, he was very afraid of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao must be killed. "Bullshit. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How dare you threaten me? Today, I'll let you know how the word death is written." Ice-sealing Jade thought for a long time and still felt that this was an excellent opportunity. A public execution, the prisoner was rescued, and the executioner, Lin Xian, was killed. This scene was witnessed by the several tens of thousands of people. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, how could he continue to be the city lord of Ming City in the future? As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would have made countless contributions. Not only would he be appreciated by the Demon Dragon Sword Court, but he might also be valued by the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall. After all, Ling Xiao was the disciple of the immortal bird Bai Feng. "Archers, get ready." He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then raised his hand and gave the order. All the archers knocked their arrows on their bowstrings. Crossbows were the most terrifying weapons for long-range attacks. It was extremely powerful in the hands of ordinary people. If it was used by warriors, it would be even more powerful. Especially when it was used by a large-scale army, the overwhelming rain of arrows was no weaker than the ultimate move of an expert. A terrifying murderous aura spread over the square. The arrows in the hands of tens of thousands of people were emitting a terrifying murderous aura. When the murderous aura gathered together, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, Ling Xiao's eyes only gradually turned cold. He had already warned Ice-sealing Jade. Ice-sealing Jade was courting death, so he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. As long as Ice-sealing Jade dared to give the order, he guaranteed that the city lord of Ming City wouldn't live to see the day. Ice-sealing Jade naturally understood what Ling Xiao's eyes meant, but the arrow was knocked on the bow and had to be released. As the city lord of Ming City, he still cared about his reputation. Moreover, he absolutely didn't believe that Ling Xiao would have the energy to deal with the joint attack of tens of thousands of people after the battle with Lin Xian. "City Lord, what are you hesitating for? Give the order." Suddenly, a deputy general beside Ice-sealing Jade shouted, "City Lord, please give the order to kill this thief. Otherwise, Commander Zhang and Demon Envoy Lin will die in vain." Another person knelt down. "City Lord, please give the order." More and more people began to shout. Their voices were uniform and their momentum was earth-shattering. Hearing these voices, the little bit of hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. Ice-sealing Jade made a decision. He raised his hand and put it down. "Kill." The moment the furious roar sounded, all the arrows pierced through the air, whistling as they danced and shot towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the murderous aura soared. The arrows were like locusts that filled the sky, blotting out the sun. Boring tricks. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Today, I'll let you see how terrifying the real undying fire is." As he spoke, black flames gushed out of Ling Xiao's body and enveloped him. They continued to expand at a terrifying speed. They turned into a gigantic, undying bird and circled in the sky. Ling Xiao stood in the undying bird's body, protected by the black flames. Chapter 30:15. The rain of arrows covered the sky. However, the moment the arrows came into contact with the black flames, they were instantly incinerated and disappeared without a trace. Those arrows were made of special materials, but they were easily incinerated by the terrifying black flame. It was too terrifying. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the flame was. Immortal fire? The phoenix's fire seems to have evolved? In the crowd, Someone who knew what was going on exclaimed. He had good eyesight. Ling Zhao's phoenix's fire was an unusual flame in its normal state, stronger than demonic fire and ordinary fire. If it was strengthened, it would consume more internal energy and soul power, and it would become an immortal fire. Although the consumption was high, its power was also greater. It could actually condense into a divine fire, but the consumption was even higher. Ling Xiao could not support it, so he would not use it under normal circumstances, unless it was a matter of life and death. Now, it was obviously not that time, because all the arrows could not even touch Ling Xiao's clothes. Once they came into contact with the Black Phoenix's fire, they were completely incinerated. Looking at this scene, the corners of Frozen Jade's mouth twitched. He began to regret it. However, since the attack had been launched, there was no turning back. Even though he knew it was impossible, he had to continue attacking. Go. All of you go. No matter what method you use, you have to kill him for me. Whoever can take his head will be rewarded with 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Frozen Jade was going all out. There was no other way. He had to go all out. If he did not go all out, he would have to die. Under Frozen Jade's order, tens of thousands of people rushed towards Ling Xiao. Not only did they have a large number of people, but their cultivation base was also not low. The lowest cultivation base was at the first transformation of Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 14th level of Hell. This was the Sword Dynasty. This was the terrifying part of the Nine Supremes' force. Although their strength was not as good as Ling Xiao, they had the advantage in numbers. Using the human wave tactic to crush Ling Xiao was also a choice. However, when the sea of people was about 20 meters away from Ling Xiao, the undying bird's fire that was wrapped around Ling Xiao's body was released. Flames soared to the sky. It devoured every warrior that rushed towards Ling Xiao. Blood-curdling screams rang out, and the smell of burnt flesh became even more intense. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people were burned to ashes by the black flames. There were also a few thousand people who emitted a burnt smell. The scene was so shocking and so terrifying that it caused the hearts of the spectators to tremble unceasingly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. There was no room for hesitation. He would kill whoever wanted to kill him. It was that simple. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, turning into a black flame that flickered in the crowd. Everywhere they went, there would be hysterical screams. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people died in the flames of the undying bird. The onlookers retreated one after another, their hearts trembling and twitching nonstop. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Who could resist such an attack? They were afraid that all the soldiers in Ming City would be slaughtered by Ling Xiao today. Over 1,000 people were burned to ashes with just a wave of his hand. With such terrifying strength, who among those present could withstand it? Soldiers could also feel fear and dread. At first, they were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to avenge their city governor. However, when they saw thousands of their companions die tragically in the strange black flames, their hearts trembled. They could not help but tremble. Could the sea of people really swallow Ling Xiao? Could they really kill Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao was a demon, a madman, and a guy who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to his master, the Phoenix by Fong, he was even more ruthless and heartless. Many people began to retreat, their hearts filled with fear. No one is allowed to retreat. Bing Fengyu personally attacked and killed a soldier who was running for his life. She then shouted, "Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. All of you, attack! Attack!" She had no choice. If Ling Xiao did not die today, she would be the one to die in the end. However, how could the soldiers who had already been scared out of their wits withstand Ling Xiao's attack? Rumble. A terrifying explosion occurred among the crowd. Countless black flames once again devoured thousands of lives. Since the beginning of the battle, 3,000 to 4,000 people had been burned to death by the flames. This was a one-sided massacre. Not to mention tens of thousands of people, even hundreds of thousands of people would be slaughtered by Ling Xiao if this went on. Run. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. He shouted in horror and turned to flee. They were also people with families. Why should they be buried with Bing Fengyu? Bing Fengyu could kill one person who was running away, but it could not kill a group of people who were running away. The crowd had already dispersed. A large number of warriors were fleeing. Bing Fengyu could not stop them at all. Ling Xiao did not stop them. He would still be merciful to the enemies who had lost their will to fight. After all, everyone had families. His main enemy was still Bing Fengyu, not them. Seeing that those people were fleeing, he stopped attacking and looked coldly at Bing Fengyu. Tens of thousands of people scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. What a joke. Their opponent was so terrifying. Wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed? Bing Fengyu's heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. In front of him, only the ordinary disciples of Sky Demon Mansion and a few loyal people were left to protect him. The rest of the people had all fled. The dignified governor of Ming City had almost become a general without an army. It's over. It's over. Bing Fengyu collapsed to the ground. He did not even have the courage to escape. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. It was too terrifying. It was too shocking. That black, undying bird's fire seemed to be inexhaustible. It could easily burn a martial artist to death. To Ling Xiao, numbers were not a problem at all. It was impossible to kill him with a sea of people tactic. Ling Xiao was a real devil, a real demon. The crowd of onlookers stared blankly at the young man standing in the void. Since the establishment of Ming City, it was the first time that it had suffered such a great loss. Ling Xiao certainly did not care about their shock and fear. His gaze was fixed on Bing Fengyu. The strong murderous intent made Bing Fengyu sit there trembling. He was so weak that he could not even escape. I warned you not to give the order. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into Bing Fengyu's heart. He knew that he was finished. Ling Xiao was definitely going to kill him. Ling Xiao did warn him not to give the order. However, he mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing. In the end, the army of tens of thousands of people was defeated in an instant. Chapter 30:16. Stop. I am the governor of Ming City. I am an official of the Sword Dynasty. Do you dare to kill me? Ice-Sealing Jade tried to use his identity to suppress Ling Xiao and intimidate Ling Xiao. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the Sword Dynasty and will be put on the bounty list. At that time, there will be countless people coming to assassinate you and hunt you down. You will never be able to find peace. So what? I will kill whoever comes to kill me. If the Sword Dynasty wants to destroy me, I will destroy the Sword Dynasty. Arrogant. He was still so arrogant that it was suffocating. He did not even put the Sword Dynasty in his eyes. Ice-Sealing Jade was in complete despair. If the Sword Dynasty could not intimidate Ling Xiao, then what could intimidate him? I will give you spiritual stones. I will give you Dharma treasures. I will give you everything you want. I will give you anything you want. I only beg you, don't kill me. Since he could not intimidate him, he could only beg for mercy. Ice-Sealing Jade did not want to die anyway. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. If he was dead, there would be nothing left. Hearing his pleas, the crowd shook their heads secretly. The dignified governor of Ming City had become a stray dog and had to beg for mercy from a 16-year-old boy. What level of fear was this? Governor, you don't have to beg for mercy. We will protect you. The disciples of Sky Demon Mansion all stood up. They wanted to avenge the demon envoy Lin Xian and protect Ice-Sealing Jade. Get lost, Ling Xiao said coldly. Although these people were the disciples of Sky Demon Generals, they had been his fellow disciples for a few days. If he could spare their lives, he would try his best not to kill them. He looked coldly at these people, and there was a terrifying, murderous aura in his eyes. Those ordinary disciples of Sky Demon Mansion were intimidated by the murderous aura and could not help but move away. They made a path for him. At this time, only two of Ice-Sealing Jade's subordinates were left standing there. Ling Xiao would not be merciful to them. With a wave of his hand, the two of them were directly thrown out. Whether they lived or died depended on their luck. He finally stood in front of the Ice-Sealing Jade. A strong killing intent was released from his body. Forgive me, I was confused. Frozen Jade was terrified to the extreme, and its expression became very funny. He should have known that since Ling Xiao dared to come to Ming City to save Lin Geng, he would not be afraid of him, nor would he be afraid of the army. He was too careless. I told you not to give orders, but you didn't listen. Since you've already made a move to kill me, then you should also bear my thunderous fury. Don't worry, I'll only use one move. If you're lucky enough to survive, I won't finish you off. Ling Xiao wore a smile on his face. However, the terrifying killing intent was still ferocious. He gently raised his hand, and the blazing fire of the phoenix burned and jumped on his palm. The flames were extremely hot, constantly burning ice-sealed Jade's body. Die, Lord of Bright City. Ling Xiao's hand finally pressed on the top of ice-sealing Jade's head. The terrifying black flame instantly enveloped ice-sealing Jade's body. Don't! A scream came out from the flame, but it was too late. Ice-sealing Jade had done something he should not have done, so he could only accept his tragic fate of being killed. After killing ice-sealing Jade, no one dared to stop Ling Xiao. Just like that, Ling Xiao swaggered out of Ming City in a grand manner. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to ransack the governor's mansion. He did not expect that ice-sealing Jade, the governor of Bright City, was really rich. He actually found 200 million low-grade spirit stones and 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. How much did this guy extort from the people on a daily basis? The 200 million lower spiritual stones could be used to set up a formation and could also be used to buy things. The point was that the 5 million middle spiritual stones could definitely satisfy Ling Xiao's cultivation for a long time. It should be noted that Sword 18 only gave him 1 million middle spiritual stones. That was all of Sword 18's savings. The governor of Bright City was even richer than Sword 18. After Ling Xiao left, in the governor's mansion, one of ice-sealing Jade's subordinates took out a communication talisman. This communication talisman was not expensive, but only the governor's mansion was equipped with it. The communication talisman could contact all the people who had a soul connection with this talisman, as long as the distance did not exceed the range of the Sword Dynasty. It only consumed inner force and soul power. This person wanted to contact the Heavenly Sword Hall. I am the commander of the Bright City governor's subordinates. A man named Ling Xiao came to Bright City, killed the governor, and beheaded the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Lin Xian. He also killed thousands of soldiers and ransacked the governor's mansion. I will transmit his portrait with soul power and immediately place a bounty on him. The Heavenly Sword Hall's department in charge of issuing bounties received the portrait. Of course, it was Ling Xiao's real appearance. Based on Ling Xiao's actions, they came to the conclusion that this person was extremely vicious. So they immediately issued a bounty, 1 million middle spiritual stones, dead or alive. Such a bounty was ranked 50th on the bounty list, which was definitely not low. After all, this was the first time someone had appeared on the bounty list. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know this news for the time being. He sent Lin Geng to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. The current Lin Geng had already lost his cultivation. It would be very dangerous for him to return to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, so he made such an arrangement. After making arrangements for Lin Geng, Ling Xiao rushed back to the Demon Dragon Sword Court without stopping, and at this time, it was already 2 days later. Although his cultivation had increased and his speed was faster, it would still take him at least 2 days to go back and forth. In these 2 days, Ling Xiao's bounty list had spread throughout the Sword Dynasty. Almost everyone knew that a crazy guy had appeared on the bounty list. This kid actually broke into Bright City alone, killed the Bright City governor Ice-Sealing Jade and the demon envoy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Lin Xian, and openly provoked the entire Sword Dynasty. This made Ling Xiao suddenly become a celebrity in the entire Sword Dynasty. After all, even many people on the bounty list would not easily attack a city. Ling Xiao, this fellow's actions were truly too daring. The bounty hunters held Ling Xiao's bounty list and laughed happily. Such a young guy with such a weak cultivation actually put a bounty of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. It seems that the people of the Sword God Hall are very angry, but it's convenient for us. In their opinion, killing Ling Xiao was just a piece of cake. There was no need to worry at all. And for this, Ling Xiao only knew about it after returning to the Wine Demon Mansion. Wine Demon General took the bounty list and showed it to Ling Xiao. This person, is it you? Ling Xiao said with a wry smile, Master, you have already guessed it. Why ask when you already know the answer? The same life, the one who will kill the demon envoy Lingung, is me. Since he has already taken Wine Demon General Jin 18 as his master, he did not intend to hide this point. It's really you. Brat, you're really daring. Chapter 30:17. Actually, that's my real face, Ling Xiao said. Sword 18 was stunned for a moment, then circled around Ling Xiao several times. He couldn't help but praise, good boy, you're good. I can't see through your disguise at all. It seems that my worries are a little unnecessary. What are you worried about? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Don't you know? You're on the bounty list, especially the first bounty that reached 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This will attract a lot of bounty hunters and martial artists from the Heavenly Sword Hall to hunt you down. Sword 18 sighed and said, but your disguise is so powerful that even I can't see through it. Naturally, those people can't see through it either. You don't have to worry too much. Are those bounty hunters strong? Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. Compared to going to the 9-story demon tower to kill those demon beasts, he preferred to fight with martial artists. After all, the martial arts of martial artists were more varied, which was more helpful to his improvement. If there really were bounty hunters or martial artists from the Heavenly Sword Hall to hunt him down, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also be very excited. The strength of bounty hunters is naturally uneven, but with your bounty, I'm afraid that even bounty hunters at the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm and the 16th level of hell will come out. Sword 18 analyzed. Great. Sword 18 was stunned for a moment, then immediately reminded, don't be careless, boy. Those bounty hunters are masters who can do anything for money. Don't worry, Master. I won't joke with my life. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Ling Xiao's cultivation had just broken through, so he still needed to consolidate it. He was not in a hurry to find a new opponent. While Ling Xiao was consolidating his cultivation, the outside world was unusually lively. Somewhere in the Sword Dynasty, a young man dressed in red, like a blood-stained battle robe. Behind him was a strange blood-colored martial soul. At his feet was a corpse that had just been sucked dry. In his hand, he held a stack of bounty slips and was looking at it as if no one was around. His name was Bloody Clothes. He was a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters would also be ranked according to their achievements and strength. Blood Robes was ranked second on the Young Dragon bounty list. In other words, among the bounty hunters under the age of 20, his achievements and strength were undoubtedly ranked second. It's time to change the ranking of the Young Dragon bounty list. He sneered as he looked at the bounty. He had always been overshadowed by one person, and that person was Wu Qing, who was ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. Wu Qing was a disabled person, a blind man. However, he was very strong. There was no doubt that he was the #1 bounty hunter under the age of 20. Blood Robes had always refused to accept Heartless. However, his cultivation was indeed inferior to Wu Qing's. Wu Qing's cultivation was already at the late stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm's 16th level of Hell. Of course, he was proud of his blood-clothed martial soul. His martial soul allowed him to challenge those of a higher rank. It also allowed him to continuously absorb the blood and chi of warriors to increase his cultivation. The one who had just been killed was the guy ranked 49th on the bounty list. It was also because of this assassination that his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell. He believed that Wu Qing was no longer his match. Spread the word that I want to challenge Wu Qing. If he has the guts, we'll fight in Ming City in 2 days. Also, I want that Ling Xiao who is ranked 50th on the bounty list. No one is allowed to touch him, or else I'll kill him. He looked into the distance and saw a group of bounty hunters just like him. It was these people who had caught up with the guy ranked 49th, but he had stolen the kill. Even so, no one dared to blame Bloody Clothes. That Ling Xiao is only at the middle stage of the 15th level of Hell. Brother Bloody Clothes, You don't have to do it, right? Someone said. What? You want to steal my kill? Bloody Clothes asked coldly. No, I don't dare. It's just that guy is so weak. I don't understand. For the 1,000,000 spiritual stones, okay? These days, the bounty list is too trashy. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry be worth so much? Ridiculous. The reason why Bloody Clothes became a bounty hunter was that he was short of money. As a martial artist and a martial artist with outstanding aptitude, the consumption of spirit stones required was simply a terrifying number. If he could kill Ling Xiao, the 1,000,000 spiritual stones would be enough for him to live a carefree life for a while. Since you said so, we won't touch him, the other bounty hunters said one after another. They didn't dare to go against Bloody Clothes. Bloody Clothes was known for his cruelty and strength. Now, he even wanted to challenge Wu Qing, who was ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. It seemed that no warrior under the age of 20 could stop him. That's for the best. After Shui Yi finished speaking, he sneered and turned into a bloody light that dissipated into the void. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I really hope that Wu Qing can kill this bastard. Compared with this annoying Bloody Clothes, Wu Qing, who is ranked first, is much better. That's right. But now that his cultivation has broken through, and he has a terrifying martial soul, even Wu Qing can't defeat him, right? I don't know. Anyway, let's spread the news and go to Ming City to watch the battle in 2 days. As they spoke, the crowd dispersed one after another. It was meaningless to stay here. Bloody Clothes had taken all the benefits. They didn't even get a piece of meat. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't know that someone was planning to kill him. He stayed in his residence for about 2 hours and completely consolidated his cultivation at the late stage of the 15th level of Hell in Yinyang Realm. Moreover, he finally consolidated the medium general realm martial arts technique, the Golden Phoenix Incarnation, at the basic level. When he fought with Lin Xian in Ming City, he tried his best to display the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. Not only did he succeed, but he also improved the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. This was the advantage of real combat. Compared to fighting with demonic beasts, fighting with martial artists was more difficult and more difficult. It was also a good way to hone oneself. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao decided to go out for a stroll. Since there was a bounty on him, as long as he returned to his original appearance, there should be many opponents for him to hone his fighting skills and improve his cultivation. It was much better than the 9th-floor demon pagoda, although it was more dangerous. But what was the big deal about danger? If he didn't experience danger, how could his cultivation base improve like crazy? Ling Xiao thought that if he wanted to go to the Immortal Palace to find the Moon Lady, his cultivation base would have to be at least in the life-seizing level. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 30:18. Ling Xiao wanted to leave the demonic dragon sword court quietly and return to his original appearance to fight with the bounty hunters. However, before he could leave, he was blocked by 3 people. Among the 3 people, only one face was familiar to Ling Xiao. It was the demon envoy Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was Lin Xian's lover. For Lin Xian, he had caused trouble for Ling Xiao many times. However, he had not seen Chen Yuan since he joined the demonic palace. He must have just returned from a mission. Judging from the aura of the other 2 people, their strength was even more terrifying than Chen Yuan. One of them was dressed in white, and his skin was very white. He was like a white impermanence. The other person was dressed in black. He must have cultivated some kind of body-refining martial arts. His body was very strong, and there was a terrifying explosive energy contained in his body. These 2 people were not simple. Not only were they strong, but they were also very young. Feng Jianshan, Lin Chuang, listen up. This person is Ling Xiao. I don't know if he's Ling Xiao on the bounty list, but this guy has a good relationship with Lin Geng. I heard that Ling Xiao on the bounty list went on a killing spree in Ming City to save Lin Geng. Maybe he's the same person. Chen Yuan said to the other 2 people. That's impossible. How can this brat be so powerful? If his head is worth 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, then these mid-grade spirit stones are too worthless. Lin Chuang said disdainfully. He had the right to be arrogant. because his cultivation was already at the peak of the first cycle of yin-yang stage of the 16th level of hell. Under this level of cultivation, what could Ling Xiao amount to? Feng Jianshan was also disdainful. His cultivation was slightly weaker than Lin Chuang's. He was at the late stage of the first cycle of the 16th level of hell. However, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously either. Don't underestimate him. This kid won 3 consecutive championships in the entrance exam and broke all the records. After joining the demonic palace, he killed the personal disciples Fang Feiyun and Lin Feiyang as an ordinary disciple. It was said that in order to kill him, Lin Feiyang had even used the Golden Crow Divine Talisman. In the end, not only was he unable to kill him, he even lost his life. Impossible. How powerful is that Golden Crow Divine Talisman? I've seen it once before, and I don't have the confidence to dodge it. How did he do it? Lin Chuang said in surprise. Feng Jianshan was also shocked. Not only did he escape from the Golden Crow Divine Talisman, he even escaped from the pursuit of the Heavenly Devil General and the 13 Devil Generals. Qin Yuan continued, this kid has cultivated a very powerful movement technique. I don't know what it's called, but it's very fast. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan's eyes shone with greed. Lin Chuang grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and roared, Brat, do you know who I am? I don't know. Let me tell you, I am Lin Chuang, the great senior brother of the Sky Devil Palace. If you give me that mystical movement martial skill, I can't forget about the matter of you killing Fang Feiyun. After all, although that guy was a piece of trash, he was still my junior brother. As Lin Chuang spoke, he kept exerting force, as if he wanted to show off his strength so that Ling Xiao would feel fear and obey him. Brat, you'd better listen to me. Senior brother Lin Chuang's cultivation is at the peak of the 16th level of hell. He's a commander-level expert, a martial skill in exchange for your life. It's worth it, right? Although Feng Jianshan also wanted that martial skill, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Lin Chuang. With Lin Chuang's temper, he wouldn't give face to anyone. Hearing Feng Jianshan's words, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. He had already seen Lin Chuang's cultivation with the Tai Chi Eye, so he knew even if Feng Jianshan didn't say anything. However, so what if he was at the peak of the 16th level of hell? He was only at the same level as Devil General Chen Luo. He had the Golden Crow Divine Talisman, so he wasn't afraid of this guy. Let go of your hand first. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang and said coldly, Brat, in the entire Devil Dragon Sword Court, there aren't many people who dare to not give face to me. Think carefully. As he spoke, he let go of Ling Xiao's clothes. In any case, in his opinion, with his identity and powerful strength, he was only asking for a martial skill from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to refuse. After all, for anyone, life was more important. How arrogant. Do I have to give it to you just because you want it? Ling Xiao raised his head and tidied his clothes. Then, he looked at Lin Chuang with contempt and said, I'm not even afraid of the Heavenly Demon General. Do you think you're stronger than the Heavenly Demon General? His words caused Lin Chuang's expression to instantly turn extremely ugly. Brat, don't be so shameless. Do you really think that trash, the Wine Demon General, can protect you? To tell you the truth, I came back this time to participate in the Black Tortoiseel contest. If you listen to me, I can spare your life in that battle. Otherwise, you'll die in the Black Tortoiseel contest. Lin Chuang saw that his words didn't work, so he turned to threaten Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that there were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. There's at least a month until the Black Tortoiseel contest. Do you really think you can maintain your advantage until then? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang with disdain and said, Get lost? I don't have time to waste with you. What did you say? Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan were stunned. Ling Xiao dared to tell them to get lost? In the past, they relied on their cultivation to snatch whatever they wanted from any disciple with a lower cultivation than them. No one dared to resist. But today, they had met a different kind of tough bone. Not only did Ling Xiao refuse to give them what they wanted, but he also dared to scold them. They didn't know whether it was because he was too tough or because he was too stupid. I said, good dogs don't block the way. Get lost. Ling Xiao repeated his words, but this time, it was even worse. Rage. Absolute rage. Killing intent exploded in Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan's hearts. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was gloating. Originally, he wanted Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan to deal with Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao was courting death. He had saved a lot of chances to sow discord. "You're courting death," Feng Jianshan said coldly. "I'm afraid I'm not the one courting death." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the golden crow talisman appeared in his hand. He looked coldly at Feng Jianshan and said, "Do you want to try? The power of the golden crow talisman? It can kill any martial artist below the 17th level of hell." Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan took dozens of steps back when they saw the talisman. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would really use the talisman. They knew the power of the golden crow talisman. Damn it. They wanted to threaten Ling Xiao, but now they were being threatened by Ling Xiao. They felt like vomiting blood. It was too depressing. "He won't dare to use the golden crow talisman," Chen Yuan said. "That is his life-saving talisman. If it weren't for that talisman, he wouldn't even dare to come out of the Wine Demon residence. Because once he comes out, Demon General Chen Luo will kill him." Chapter 30:19. Although Chen Yuan said that Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the golden crow talisman, Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan didn't dare to risk their lives. In the end, they didn't make a move. "Haha, how dare you come out and make a scene with this kind of courage?" Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan mockingly and continued to walk out of the sect. "Try not to use the golden crow talisman if you dare." Lin Chuang roared, his face turning purple. He was truly infuriated. He was clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but because of the golden crow talisman, he didn't dare to make a move. How cowardly. "Are you an idiot? Why wouldn't I use the golden crow talisman?" Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang with disdain and left casually. Lin Chuang didn't dare to stop him. Feng Jianshan didn't dare to stop him either. Chen Yuan was also afraid of the golden crow talisman. Ling Xiao, this brat, had never taken the conventional path. Who knew if he would suddenly go crazy and use this talisman? Damn it! Lin Chuang was so angry that his teeth itched as he watched Ling Xiao leave. "Brother Lin, don't worry too much. The Black Tortoise contest is about to begin. It's only been a month. How much do you expect his cultivation to improve?" Feng Jianshan said disdainfully, "When the time comes, the golden crow talisman is not allowed to be used in the Black Tortoise contest. Won't it be easy for us to deal with him?" "That's right. When the time comes, we'll teach this arrogant guy a lesson." Lin Chuang gritted his teeth. It had been a long time since someone made him so angry. Ling Xiao didn't hear their conversation, but he could guess. In order to not be tortured by these two guys in the upcoming Black Tortoise contest, he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Time was limited. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and arrived outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao. Outside, Jin Luoying was sitting on a tree. She was still so beautiful and elegant. "Senior Sister Luoying, why are you here?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Aren't you looking for an opponent?" "I'll accompany you," Jin Luoying said. "Really?" Ling Xiao looked at Jin Luoying excitedly. If Jin Luoying was willing to be his sparring partner, there would be no need for him to seek out bounty hunters. "Of course. Come with me to the 4th floor of the 9-story Demon Pagoda. The environment there is complex, and it's close to actual combat. I'll release my cultivation base according to your strength." Jin Luoying nodded. By doing so, she was actually able to improve herself a lot. Although she was unable to improve her cultivation through battle, she was able to hone her martial skills. After all, at her level of cultivation, it was very difficult for her to advance further. Thus, combat ability became very important. All right, with such a good sparring partner, how could Ling Xiao refuse? The two returned to the demonic dragon sword court and entered the 4th floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda together. Just as they stepped into the 4th floor, Chen Yuan also appeared at the entrance of the 4th floor. "Lord Demon Envoy." When the guard saw Chen Yuan, he bowed respectfully. "Keep an eye on those two. If they're injured, inform me immediately." Chen Yuan was not completely confident that he could kill Ling Xiao and Jin Luoying, especially Jin Luoying, who was much stronger than him. Therefore, He would only have a chance if Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying were injured. The 9th-floor demon pagoda was a good place. He could kill without anyone noticing. Even the 18th blade would not be able to find trouble with him. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what Qin Yuan was thinking. He and Jian Luoying had already reached the 4th floor of the 9th-floor demon pagoda and started their battle. At first, Jian Luoying only released her cultivation base at the pinnacle of the 15th floor of the Yin-Yang realm to fight Ling Xiao. However, she soon realized that she was at a disadvantage even though she had the upper hand earlier. Ling Xiao only needed to use his normal beast soul transformation to defeat her easily. He did not even need to use his most powerful unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Senior sister, it's better to use your cultivation base at the early stage of the 16th floor of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao needed to train himself in danger. Jian Luoying did not release much of her strength and could not stimulate his potential. All right, be careful. I won't go easy on you. Jian Luoying warned. That's exactly what I wanted, Ling Xiao said excitedly. If she went easy on him, she would not be able to help him much. When Jian Luoying released her cultivation base at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 16th floor of the Yin-Yang realm, Ling Xiao finally felt a great threat. When his life was in danger, the potential in his body began to surge wildly. Of course, he was also beaten up badly. He had to use his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation to block Jian Luoying's attacks. However, every single time, he would be blasted away. But the more it was like this, the more excited he became. This was because the energy in his cultivation sea was increasing at a crazy speed. The battle lasted for an hour. Ling Xiao, who was covered in injuries, had no choice but to stop and rest. Although he was in a miserable state, he had gained a lot. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 30%. At this rate, he would probably reach the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th floor of the Yin-Yang realm in less than a day. Although Jian Luoying was also injured, they were all minor injuries. Her combat strength had not decreased by much. As expected of senior sister, you're really amazing. Ling Xiao grinned. Don't mock me. I didn't go easy on you at all. I can't even defeat you after an hour. How embarrassing. The more Jian Luoying fought with Ling Xiao, the more she realized how terrifying his combat strength and techniques were. If she was a level 1 novice in this aspect, then Ling Xiao was a level 100 master. If they were on the same level, he would definitely be able to toy with her. Such a person was too powerful, too monstrous. Senior sister, let me ask you something. During the break, Ling Xiao could not help but ask, what's on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors of the 9th-floor demon pagoda? I heard from my father that the 6th floor is the demonic dragon sword quartz library. It contains most of the martial arts below the general level. The 7th floor is the treasure pavilion. There are a lot of precious treasures, elixirs, and other treasures. As for the 8th floor, to be honest, my father should know about it. But when he mentioned the 8th floor, he seemed to be very scary and never told me. He even said that even the demon lord would not easily go to the 8th floor. Jian Luoying answered, no wonder. I always felt that there was something suppressing the strong in the 9th-floor demon pagoda. The black tortoise should be on the 8th floor. If I have the chance, I must go and take a look. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There's another question, senior sister Luoying. What's the difference between the demon lord's residence and the demon general's residence? Ling Xiao was also very concerned about the demon lord. After all, the demon lord had taken a fancy to his talent, but he chose the 18th sword. He must have angered the demon lord. Chapter 30:20. There's a huge difference. Jian Luoying said, the demon master residence is a true gathering of heroes. It can even be said that it's the true core of the demon dragon sword court. The disciples of the demon master residence are called core disciples. They are the core disciples of the entire demon dragon sword court. Their statuses were above the 13 direct disciples of the devil general manor. In fact, the 3 people who came to the wine demon residence to cause trouble that day weren't ordinary disciples. They weren't even disciples, but attendants of the demon master residence. They were more or less like a scholar's errand boy. responsible for taking care of the daily needs of the core disciples. The cultivation of the core disciples varied, but the weakest was at the middle stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 16th level of hell. The strongest was Empress Lan Meiche. About a year ago, her cultivation was already at the early stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. No one knew how strong her cultivation was now, because she hadn't fought since then. Other than the core disciples, the Demon Master residents had about 100 protectors, all of whom were martial artists at the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. Above the protectors were the 9 demon kings. These 9 demon kings were stronger than the 13 demon generals. I heard from my father that they reached the late stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell 3 years ago. They might have reached the 18th level of hell by now. That can't be. I heard that the Demon Master is only at the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. That's old news. Don't think that you're the only one who's improving. Others are improving as well. It's just that the higher the cultivation, the slower the improvement. My father said that the Demon Master's current cultivation is probably only below the strongest of the 9 Supremes. Jian Luoying said very seriously. It seems that I can't judge people with old eyes. Many things are constantly evolving. Ling Xiao trusted Jian Luoying and 18th Sword's judgment. Oftentimes, legendary experts were actually even more powerful. All right, senior sister. I've rested enough. Let's continue. Ling Xiao stood up and impatiently asked for a fight. The battle began again. Ling Xiao fought Jian Luoying with all his strength. As for Sword Sakura, she was also doing her best to train him. Although Ling Xiao was covered in wounds after every battle, the energy in his cultivation sea, which was constantly increasing, made Ling Xiao smile brightly. After a day, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through and reached the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 15th level of hell. However, the battle did not stop. The battle between the two continued. Jian Luoying could clearly sense that Ling Xiao was no longer in such a sorry state after his breakthrough. When the everlasting heavenly rat transformed, it could even pose a threat to her. And this advantage was getting bigger and bigger. It can't be, right? Where did this fellow come from? His talent is actually so monstrous. I'm afraid even my father didn't expect this. Those 13 devil generals must be blind to actually abandon him. The more time Sword Sakura spent with Ling Xiao, the more she fought him, the more she discovered just how mysterious and powerful Ling Xiao was. There was a fatal attraction to this man, which made her muddle-headed love for the first time. Boom! Just as Jian Luoying was distracted, Ling Xiao's attack suddenly came. Jian Luoying wanted to block it, but it was too late. Even though Ling Xiao realized something was wrong and forcefully pulled back, the attack still landed on Jian Luoying's body, severely injuring her. Senior sister, are you all right? Ling Xiao panicked. If anything happened to Jian Luoying, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. As he spoke, he had already stuffed a healing pill into Jian Luoying's mouth. I won't die yet, but your attack is really strong. It's not your fault. It's my fault for being distracted. Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. Stop talking, senior sister. Just stay here and treat your injuries. I'll stand guard for you. Ling Xiao checked on Jian Luoying's condition and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that her life was not in danger. I'm really fine. I'm really happy to see your strength continue to rise. Do you know why my father has been holding back for so many years, refusing to let the Wine Demon Manor's disciples display their true strength in the Black Tortoise Seal contest? Jian Luoying leaned against the stone wall and asked with a smile. Her voice was soft, but her words were clear. Why? Ling Xiao was curious. Because of the Devil Lord, he set a new rule. Whichever Devil General's mansion gets the worst score in this Black Tortoise Seal contest will be disbanded. Moreover, if the Wine Demon Manor is still the last place, my father will have to marry me off to the cultivator who obtains the Black Tortoise Seal. Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. Why do I work so hard to cultivate? It's to prevent my fate from being controlled by this misfortune. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but because the Wine Demon Manor's cultivation resources have been controlled for a long time. Other than me, they don't have any worthy disciples. Previously, it was really hard for me to bear this burden alone, but your appearance has really given me hope. There's actually such a thing? I didn't even know about it. Ling Xiao frowned, but soon after, he laughed in a carefree manner. Senior Sister Luoying, you've been so good to me. No matter what, this time, I won't let the wine demon residence disband, nor will I let you marry someone you don't like for no reason. Are you really confident? Jian Luoying smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't have much confidence. Hee, Senior Sister Luoying, it's impossible for you to obtain the Black Tortoise Seal, because within a month, I'll definitely defeat you. Ling Xiao chuckled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. That sunny smile actually caused Jian Luoying to be instantly infatuated. What an adulterous pair, coming here to flirt. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, causing both Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying to frown. The newcomer was Chen Yuan. I've waited for an entire day, and it wasn't easy for Jian Luoying to be heavily injured. Ha 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 ha, this is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Both of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. As he spoke, Chen Yuan's body began to transform. This guy actually possessed a beast martial soul. Moreover, it was a huge wild boar. After transforming, Chen Yuan looked like a ferocious beast, with terrifying fangs protruding from his mouth. His eyes were also scarlet red. A heaven-sent opportunity? I don't think so. Ling Xiao stood in front of Jian Luoying and looked coldly at Chen Yuan. If you want to live, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. You and I don't have any deep grudges, so don't court death. Ha 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 ha, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die. In Chen Yuan's opinion, Ling Xiao's words were a show of strength. He didn't care at all. Don't worry, kid. After I kill you, I'll taste the wine demon general's daughter for you. You killed my woman, Lin Xian, so I'll make your woman suffer. Chapter 30:21. I didn't kill Lin Xian, Ling Xiao said with a frown. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. The Ling Xiao on the bounty list must be you. Chen Yuan stubbornly believed that there was no such coincidence in this world. They were both called Ling Xiao. They were both 16 years old, but they were extremely powerful. They were both frivolous and arrogant. They were both on good terms with Lin Geng and at odds with Lin Xian. Although they looked different and he couldn't find any flaws, he still believed that the two Ling Xiao were the same person. Fine, I admit that I killed her. Why? Do you want to avenge that bitch? Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to hide it from Chen Yuan. After all, he wasn't afraid of Chen Yuan now. Although he couldn't defeat Jian Luoying, who had unleashed her cultivation to the early stage of the 16th level of hell, he didn't fear Jian Luoying. However, he wasn't afraid of Chen Yuan, who was at the same cultivation level as Jian Luoying. After all, Chen Yuan was a far cry from Jian Luoying. It's good that you admit it. Today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As Chen Yuan spoke, he released a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding beasts to flee. Hee, you need to have the strength to avenge others. That bitch Lin Xian wanted to kill me and was killed by me. She deserved it. Do you want to become the second Lin Xian? Ling Xiao said coldly. Himph. Perhaps your combat strength is not bad, but do you have the ability to protect that woman when you fight with me? Chen Yuan chose to attack Jian Luoying when she was heavily injured because he was afraid of her strength. Another reason was that she would be a burden that would greatly reduce Ling Xiao's combat strength. His chances of winning would also be higher. He wasn't a brainless person. Ling Xiao smiled. He could have placed Jian Luoying in the beast ring, but he gave up after hearing Chen Yuan's words. There was no need to deal with this kind of trash. He had plenty of ways to protect Jian Luoying. I'll stand here and let you hit me. If I take a step back, I lose. Ling Xiao said to Chen Yuan. Arrogant. Chen Yuan roared angrily and pounced towards Ling Xiao. After transforming, his body was much bigger. When he rushed over, his feet created a loud rumbling sound, as if there was an earthquake. From this, one could see how powerful this person was. Ling Xiao also instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly mouse. facing a martial artist at the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the first revolution of the yin-yang realm. Although he spoke disdainfully, he did not dare to be careless in battle. Rumble. The two of them had a probing collision. Chen Yuan was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. The wall, which was 3 to 4 meters thick, immediately collapsed. Chen Yuan only managed to stabilize himself with the help of the resistance. What? Chen Yuan could not believe that he had lost to Ling Xiao in terms of strength when he was in his beast soul form. Why are you so surprised? If you had come to me for revenge earlier, you might have had an advantage. But now, with just this transformation, it's impossible for you to win against me, Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. After his cultivation had reached the peak of the 15th level of hell in the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, Ling Xiao's combat strength had skyrocketed. With the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation and the awakening power of the sun god, he was not afraid of Chen Yuan at all. Good, good, very good. Seems like the 13 demon generals back then had truly misjudged you. To think that your talent would be so frightening. Since that's the case, I don't have to hide anymore. I will use my strongest combat strength to kill you. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body began to release a surge of dragon aura. This aura was similar to that of an ancient divine dragon. However, it should be weaker than the ancient divine dragon martial soul. If it was not a martial soul, what was it? Ling Xiao, be careful. Chen Yuan seems to have cultivated an advanced, general-level body-tempering martial art, Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. Jian Luoying reminded him, that's not right. Isn't the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body an advanced soldier-level martial art? When I got the Demon Dragon Sword, I gave up on this martial art. Ling Xiao was a little confused. The one you mentioned is just a modified imitation. The real Imperial Celestial Dragon Body is definitely an advanced, general-level martial art. Even in the Demon Dragon Sword Court, this body-tempering martial art is the best. I don't know where Chen Yuan got it from. Logically speaking, even that demon general Chen Luo shouldn't have it. Jian Luoying frowned and said, anyway, you must be careful. This guy is obviously going to go all out. I don't know the specific combat strength of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, but you must not be careless. Ling Xiao nodded. He was suddenly very interested. His current physical body was very strong. Without the beast soul transformation, martial artists below the peak of the 15th level of hell would not be able to hurt him. However, people always had to look up. The stronger the physical body, the higher the chances of survival. The Imperial Celestial Dragon Body would definitely bring him great benefits. Moreover, this was an advanced general-level martial art, which was one level higher than the Golden Phoenix transformation. It must not be bad. Moreover, he could also feel that after Chen Yuan used the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, not only did his physical body become extremely strong, but his combat strength also soared at the same time. It would be a pity if he did not get his hands on such a good thing. Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic eyes had the ability to absorb souls. Even if Chen Yuan did not have the martial art manual with him, he would definitely be able to get it. While he was thinking, the dragon aura on Chen Yuan's body became more and more intense. His body began to change. Under the beast soul transformation, layers of dragon scales began to appear. Behind him, a thick and powerful tail covered in dragon scales appeared. Of course, this was just a change in appearance. What was more shocking was the change in Chen Yuan's aura. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Chen Yuan was like a divine dragon hovering there, staring at him. It gave him a lot of pressure. Just a single breath was enough to make people feel fear, causing the entire ground to tremble. Now, do you still think you're a match for me? In front of the terrifying power of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, you're just a pitiful little bug. Chen Yuan's confidence was restored again. His powerful combat strength made him fearless. Is that so? Then I'd like to see if your physical body is stronger, or if my potential is greater. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his expression did not change. In a battle, the last thing one should do was to let others judge anything from one's expression. Still stubborn? Kill. Chen Yuan did not waste any more words. With the beast's soul transformation and the power of the imperial celestial dragon body, he rushed toward Ling Xiao. A terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared around him, and the scene was very shocking. The broken wall was also torn into pieces by the gust of wind brought about by the force of the wind. He did not attack. He was just moving, but it was as terrifying as a huge wave in the sea. Chapter 30:22. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Chen Yuan coldly. His inner force was constantly being activated. His fists contained the same terrifying energy. Jin Luoying was behind him, and she was not affected by the energy at all. He had blocked all the attacks. He stood in front of Yi Yen. "You're courting death." Seeing that Ling Xiao was not going to dodge and was going to fight him head-on, Chen Yuan revealed a cruel smile. Then, their fists fiercely collided with each other. A terrifying explosion sounded on the 4th floor of the 9-story demon tower. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was slightly pale. Under normal circumstances, the best choice for such an attack was to reduce the opponent's power while retreating. However, Ling Xiao wanted to stimulate the potential in his body to a greater extent, and at the same time, to protect Jin Luoying. He did not retreat. Naturally, the harvest was also huge. Just this punch alone increased the energy in his cultivation sea by 10%. One had to know that to advance from the pinnacle to the next major realm, every 10% required 10 times more energy than before. If this energy was to advance from the late stage to the pinnacle, it would be 100% of the energy in his cultivation sea. Ling Xiao's gains could not be said to be small. However, Chen Yuan obviously did not know this. He was very excited to see Ling Xiao spit out blood from his attack. "Ha ha ha, you overconfident kid. You're willing to get hurt to protect that little girl. It seems that the two of you have a special relationship. I suddenly thought of a good idea. I won't kill you later. I'll play with that little girl in front of you. It must be very enjoyable." Chen Yuan laughed maniacally. He knew that he had the upper hand. Ling Xiao could no longer compete with him. Therefore, his confidence gradually turned into arrogance. Die, die, die. Chen Yuan, who had gained the upper hand, began to attack like a storm. Under the enhancement of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution, his fists became more powerful than any divine weapon. Ling Xiao kept blocking. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. What a powerful body-refining martial art. The more powerful Chen Yuan's body-refining martial art was, the more excited Ling Xiao was. Because once he obtained it, it would become his. "Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. He won't dare to do anything to me." Seeing Ling Xiao get beaten up so miserably, Sword Sakura shouted, her heart aching unbearably. Little did she know that the reason Ling Xiao took the initiative to take Chen Yuan's attack was not purely to protect her, but also to use this battle to improve his cultivation. It was precisely because he didn't know that he was worried. She was worried that Ling Xiao would be killed because of her. "Hee, you actually managed to get the concern of a beauty before you die. You should be happy now that you're dead." Chen Yuan sneered. However, his attacks did not stop. Instead, they seemed to be accelerating. "Don't worry, Senior Luoying, I won't die." As Ling Xiao spoke, he swallowed a 1,000-year Lingji pill. The medicinal efficacy instantly erupted. He was invigorated once more. A large amount of energy was released from the 1,000-year Lingji pill. 90% of it turned into his body's potential. The remaining 10% became the key to healing his injuries and improving his cultivation base. Soon, the energy in his cultivation base had increased to 30%. Although the increase was slower as time went on, 30% was already very fast. If not for the threat of death, this 30% energy would probably take at least a month to materialize. Damn it! Chen Yuan had not expected Ling Xiao to have such a miraculous pill. He was infuriated for a moment. "After I kill you, all the good stuff on you will be mine." The 1,000-year Lingji pill could actually heal the damage he had caused instantly. This infuriated him beyond measure. However, he believed that Ling Xiao would not have such a miraculous pill on him anymore. Even the top experts of the 9 Supremes would not have more than a handful of such items. Ling Xiao was only a 16-year-old youth. It was already shocking that he had such a pill. How could he have more? However, even if he did not have this miraculous pill, Ling Xiao must have other good stuff on him. He must get these things. Kill. Thinking of this, Chun Yuan's attacks became more hurried. The power of each punch became stronger as well. Previously, he had only used 70% of his strength, thinking that it would be enough to defeat Ling Xiao. Now, however, he had used 80% of his strength. He did not believe that he could not kill Ling Xiao. However, after a full 5 to 6 minutes of attacks, Ling Xiao, who looked half dead, had swallowed another 3,000-year Lingji pills. His body had recovered again. Not only had he recovered, even his aura had become stronger than before. 50% of my cultivation base. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Although the effect of the 1,000-year Lingji pill was getting worse, he still had a lot of it. Besides, even if he had used it all up, he could still get other better herbs to refine better pills. There was no need to be frugal with pills. If he could use them to increase his strength, he would use them to increase his strength. This can't go on. If this continues, I will be exhausted to death by this brat. Chun Yuan suddenly looked at Jin Luoying when he realized that his attacks were ineffective. That's right. Why was I so stupid? As long as I capture Jin Luoying, this brat will definitely hold back. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He pretended to attack Ling Xiao, but suddenly turned around and attacked Jin Luoying, who was behind Ling Xiao. Do you think you can fool me with this little trick of yours? The sword of marrow-sucking appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. At the same time, the sword martial soul bloomed behind him. Ling Xiao immediately released his most powerful offensive martial technique, the true demon supreme sword. Even Chen Yuan would not dare to ignore the sword of marrow-sucking, an elite emperor weapon. In order to ensure that Chen Yuan would give up attacking Jin Luoying, he activated the true demon supreme sword. Ling Xiao even released the bloodthirsty plague. The effect of the bloodthirsty plague released by the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul was simply outstanding. In just an instant, Chen Yuan felt a terrifying threat. Chen Yuan screamed and hurriedly fled to the side. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. How can this be? How can your combat strength be so terrifying? Even with the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution and the Beast Soul transformation, he still felt the threat of death. The attack that Ling Xiao released in that instant was truly incomparably powerful. He found it hard to understand. After all, just a day ago, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Yin-Yang stage's 15th level of hell. But now, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle. Not only that, but he was also stronger than ordinary pinnacle martial artists. The instant explosive power released by the sword was comparable to a general-level martial technique. If he did not dodge, it would be terrible. How terrifying is this brat's talent? If we let him continue to grow, what will happen? Chapter 30-23. Chun Yuan was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao's explosive power was enough to threaten his life. He did not dare to continue attacking Jin Luoying. However, the trouble did not stop there. The moment the true demon supreme sword was released, the bloodthirsty plague also erupted. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing on his body. His blood and qi churned and wailed. It was as if his body was being ravaged by microbes. What the hell? Chun Yuan was truly scared. He circulated his inner strength and finally blocked the terrifying germs that could destroy his limbs and bones. However, he still had to face the attack of Ling Xiao's true demon supreme sword before he could recover from the shock. Damn thing. It seems that if I don't kill you with all my strength, I won't be able to touch that little girl. Chen Yuan accepted reality and unleashed 90% of his power. He roared like a wild boar. He punched out with both fists, which turned into the shadow of a ferocious wild boar and charged toward Ling Xiao. Although the wild boar looked extremely ugly, it was extremely powerful. It was more powerful than any of Chun Yuan's previous attacks. The roar of the Boar King. Jin Luoying was leaning against the wall. She was extremely nervous, but now she closed her eyes. She did not want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. She wanted to heal her injuries as soon as possible. The healing pill that Ling Xiao gave her was very effective. As long as she focused, she could heal most of her injuries within half an hour. Idiot, you already have a woman you love. Why are you still so nice to me? I'll misunderstand. Jin Luoying's eyes were closed, but she could not stop her tears from falling. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what Jin Luoying was thinking. Did he need to think about saving someone he was indebted to? Of course not. That was how Ling Xiao got to where he was today. Boom. Finally, the true Demon Supreme sword collided with the roar of the Boar King. The terrifying radiation that was produced instantly caused several sections of the surrounding walls to collapse. Even so, Jin Luoying, who was behind Ling Xiao, did not feel any harm from the energy. There wasn't even the slightest breeze. Ling Xiao was like a mountain, blocking the way. No matter how Qin Yuan attacked, it was useless. Puff-ah! The sword of marrow in Ling Xiao's hand emitted a terrifying power, directly hitting his chest. Once again, he spat out blood. The amount of blood loss was even greater than before. Yayaba, this guy is serious. Even if he has to split a portion of his power to suppress the bloodthirsty plague, his attack power is still so strong. Sure enough, the difference between a major realm and a minor realm is really different. Ling Xiao felt that several of his ribs were broken. The situation was really quite tragic. His most powerful attack was completely destroyed by a single punch from the other party. He grabbed a handful of 1,000-year Ganoderma pills, about 10 of them, and swallowed them. His body began to recover rapidly. At the same time, he sensed that the energy in his cultivation had soared to 70%. Let's see how many elixirs you have. Qin Yuan was displeased when he saw Ling Xiao taking the pills, but at this stage, he could only continue to attack. Even if Ling Xiao was the disciple of the immortal bird by Fong, could he have an endless supply of such precious elixirs? Moreover, he planned to use 100% of his power the next time. He swore that he would not give up until he destroyed Ling Xiao. Haha, I won't use it again. It's a waste to eat too many of these elixirs in a day. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Next, prepare to suffer my thunderous fury. You're just bluffing. If you really had more power, you wouldn't have waited until now to use it, Qin Yuan said disdainfully. Moreover, with your power, even if your combat power soars tenfold, you still won't be a match for me. Is that so? Some words shouldn't be said too confidently. Next, I'll show you something very interesting. Ling Xiao could sense that he would definitely not be able to withstand Qin Yuan's attack with 100% of his power. Therefore, he had to increase his combat power and kill Qin Yuan in one fell swoop. Although he wanted to use Qin Yuan to increase his strength, it seemed that he couldn't. Although he still had life backtrack, his trump card, he didn't want to waste it. There were so many enemies now. If he didn't have to, he would never use it easily. Otherwise, once he used it and died, it would be a tragedy. Moreover, he did have a stronger magic that could kill his opponent. That was the Bloody Rat. Ever since he obtained the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul, the power of the Sun God had awakened, and the magic of the Bloody Rat had evolved. Originally, after using it once, his cultivation would regress a lot. Therefore, after using it once, he didn't plan to use it again. But now, it was different. After the evolution, the Bloody Rat had different choices. The first choice was to increase all attributes by 2 times. After using it, there were no side effects, and the consumption of internal force was relatively small. The second choice was to increase all attributes by 10 times. After using it, his cultivation would regress a small realm, and his internal force would be consumed more. The third choice was to increase all attributes by 100 times. After using it, his cultivation would regress a large realm, and his internal force would be consumed greatly. This meant that the duration would be shortened. More importantly, the burden on his body would also become huge. After using it, he would basically become a pile of mud. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. It could be seen that the third choice was very heaven-defying. With all attributes increased by 100 times, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to challenge opponents 100 times stronger than him. But at the same time, the price would be huge. The second choice was more neutral. It would increase his attributes by 10 times and regress a small realm. The price was acceptable. Although the consumption of internal force was relatively large, it was not to an unacceptable extent. The first choice was to increase his combat strength by 2 times. There were no side effects, and the consumption of internal force was very small. This time, Ling Xiao chose the first choice. Increase his combat strength by 2 times. According to his estimation, after the increase, his actual combat strength was infinitely close to the early stage of the 16th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang transformation stage. There should be no problem in defeating Chen Yuan. The last 2 choices were not necessary for the time being. As the bloody rat was used, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of dazzling red light. It was as gorgeous as fresh blood. At the same time, all his attributes were constantly soaring. They had increased to 2 times their current level. This effect was absolutely outstanding. It should be noted that for ordinary auxiliary martial arts, it was already very impressive to increase one's combat strength by a few percent. But the first level of the bloody rat could directly increase all his attributes by 2 times. There were no side effects. For him, the bloody rat on the first level could be used as a standby in the future. Looking at Ling Xiao surrounded by blood, Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 30-24. What's going on? How did your strength increase again? Sensing the rise of Ling Xiao's aura, Chen Yuan could no longer remain calm. He was just bragging when he said that Ling Xiao wouldn't be his opponent even if his combat strength increased tenfold. He thought that Ling Xiao couldn't increase his combat strength anymore. But when the reality was right in front of him, he was shocked. Although the increase was twofold and not tenfold, it still brought him a lot of pressure. You said that I wouldn't be your opponent even if my combat strength increased tenfold. Now that I've only increased it by twofold, why are you afraid? After completing the first transformation of the bloodthirsty rat, Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Bullshit. Chen Yuan didn't believe it. He couldn't even believe what he saw with his own eyes. He roared crazily and unleashed all of his power, trying to end the battle with his strongest attack. However, with the increase of all of Ling Xiao's attributes, the threat of the bloodthirsty rat doubled at the same time. Chen Yuan originally only needed 10% of his power to suppress the bloodthirsty rat, but now he needed at least 30% of his power to suppress it. In other words, he could only use 70% of his power to attack Ling Xiao. This was something that Chen Yuan didn't expect at all. The bloodthirsty rat's rampage was tormenting him. He couldn't get rid of it and could only suppress it with all his might. It's over, Ling Xiao sneered. The true Demon Supreme sword, which was twice as powerful as before, was finally released. The terrifying sword aura roared toward Chen Yuan. No! Chen Yuan wanted to escape, but there was no chance. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he was too close to Ling Xiao. If he escaped from here, he could only leave his back to Ling Xiao. In this moment of hesitation, a pitch-black ray of light pierced through his throat. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. Soul assimilation. In the moment before Chen Yuan died, Ling Xiao used soul assimilation to read the cultivation method of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body from Chen Yuan's soul. So this guy's Imperial Celestial Dragon Body is only at the initial level. Initial level is already so powerful. How powerful will it be when it reaches the transcendent level? Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. This time, he had really picked up a treasure. Chen Yuan, he shouldn't be my enemy. He turned around and glanced at Jian Luoying. She closed her eyes. Ling Xiao dispelled the bloody weasel and beast soul transformation. He also sat down cross-legged. After the battle with Chen Yuan, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to more than 70%. If he continued to work hard, he should be able to increase it to 80%. A lot of the potential in his body had been released and was now returning to his cells. After a long while, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes again. The energy in his cultivation sea had been consolidated to about 80%. This harvest was not small at all. He turned around and looked at Jian Luoying. She was looking at him in surprise. Jian Luoying had finished healing. She wanted to help Ling Xiao get rid of Chen Yuan. She didn't expect that when she opened her eyes, Chen Yuan's body was already there. Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating. She was extremely shocked and touched by this scene. Ling Xiao had been beaten up badly by Chen Yuan in order to protect her. Although he won in the end, Jin Luoying couldn't forget what he did for her. She didn't ask Ling Xiao how he won. Instead, she planted a kiss on Ling Xiao's forehead. "Thank you, little crazy." Ling Xiao was stunned. F***CK. What's going on? I'm a man with a woman. How could I be kissed by someone? Ahem, senior sister Luoying, I know I'm charming enough. But you didn't have to do such a sudden attack. I wasn't prepared for it at all. Show off. Jin Luoying blushed and knocked Ling Xiao on the head. You'd better think about how to deal with this body. Chen Yuan is a demon envoy after all. His death will definitely cause a commotion. That's easy. Ling Xiao raised his hand and burned Chen Yuan's body to ashes. He only took his storage ring. Damn, he died without a corpse. But we still have to be careful. I'll tell my father about this later so that he's mentally prepared. If anything happens, he'll have a better plan. Jin Luoying reminded. Yeah, that's true. Ling Xiao thought about it. After all, this was the 9th-floor demon tower. Who knew if anyone else saw this battle? It was always right to be careful. He believed that with the 18th sword's ability, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with such a small matter. However, he probably couldn't stay in the 9th-floor demon tower any longer. Ling Xiao planned to return to the Wine Demon residence and cultivate the Imperial Celestial Dragon form first. Then, with the Golden Phoenix form and the Imperial Celestial Dragon form, he didn't believe that there would be anyone in the same generation who could defeat him. Let's go back to the Wine Demon residence. Ling Xiao stood up and said, Okay. Jin Luoying nodded obediently. The two left the 9th-floor demon tower. Not long after they left, someone appeared on the 4th floor where they had just fought. Chen Yuan's aura disappeared here. The person who spoke was a man in a black robe and a mask. Needless to say, he was the protector of the Demon Master residence. I believe it was either Jin Luoying or that kid called Ling Xiao who killed him. Go back and report to the Demon Master immediately. The other person was dressed in the same way. It should be Jin Luoying. We've been observing her for a long time. Her strength is probably close to breaking through the 17th level of hell, but she's been keeping a low profile. However, paper can't wrap fire. As for that Ling Xiao, he's not even worth mentioning. The person in front said, Yeah, I think so too. Go and report to the Demon Master immediately. The two people came and left in a hurry. If Ling Xiao and Jin Luoying hadn't left, they would have definitely bumped into them. It was hard to say what would have happened then. After all, the people from the Demon Master residence didn't have a good impression of the people from the Wine Demon residence. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. He and Jin Luoying went their separate ways after returning to the Wine Demon residence. Jin Luoying went to report the situation. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, returned to his residence and began cultivating. Time was of the essence. The Imperial Celestial Dragon form was of a higher level than the Golden Phoenix form. It would probably take a long time to comprehend it and cultivate it to minor completion. However, he felt that it was worth it. As long as he succeeded in cultivating the Imperial Celestial Dragon form, he would be able to withstand more powerful attacks. This way, the speed of his cultivation would also increase. As for opponents, there were plenty. After all, Ling Xiao had made many enemies. Chapter 3025. The cultivation of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body was easier than expected. This was because Ling Xiao possessed the best element for the cultivation of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, the Divine Dragon bloodline. He possessed the bloodline of the immemorial Golden Dragon King. Therefore, it took him less than a day to reach the initial stage of the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, which was extremely difficult for others. As for the improvement of the fire, it could only be solved through actual combat. Although the results of his sparring with Jin Luoying were good, Jin Luoying would not kill him. If he could not face the threat of death, he would not be able to improve his martial skills or cultivation to the greatest extent. He could not wait. Therefore, he quietly left the Demon Dragon Sword Court and came to Ming City. Of course, he had already reverted to his original appearance when he arrived at Ming City. He believed that many people would be hunting him down. He deliberately came to find these people. Ling Xiao first went to a restaurant and spread the word that anyone who wanted to kill him could come to the restaurant to find him. As soon as he said that, dozens of people in the restaurant stood up. Some people hurriedly left to spread the news. "Are you all here to kill me?" Ling Xiao raised his eyes and looked at those people. He had to admit that there were some people among these cultivators that made him excited. Suddenly, it began to rain. The rain fell on the eaves, making pitter-patter sounds. There were no pedestrians on the street. Only in the restaurant, a murderous aura had already surrounded Ling Xiao. "Kid, you are really brave. We were afraid that we would not be able to find you. I did not expect you to show yourself." The person who spoke held a treasured sword in his arms. His cultivation was actually at the middle stage of the 16th level of hell. "Are you all bounty hunters?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. We are all bounty hunters. Today, we are all here for your life. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones is also a great temptation to us." The person holding the sword said coldly, "You better not resist. That way, we won't have to kill you, and you can live for a few more days. Otherwise, you will die. Anyway, on the bounty list, life or death doesn't matter. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. If you don't want to die, you can get lost." Ling Xiao said coldly. At the same time, a cold aura was released from his body. It was like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed, exuding an extremely cold, murderous aura. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. An elite team of martial artists appeared outside the restaurant. They were all dressed in the same way. They were all warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The leader of the group held a long spear. His cultivation was also at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. "The law enforcement team of the Heavenly Sword Hall is here. Who dares to act rashly? Ling Zhao's life is ours." The person holding the spear said in a clear voice, "Corporal Chun, aren't you being a little too overbearing? Anyway, your people from the Heavenly Sword Hall won't be able to get the bounty even if they capture him. Why don't you let us profit from him?" The man holding the sword said coldly, "Bullshit. Wang Qing, listen up. Ling Xiao is the enemy of the Heavenly Sword Hall. You bounty hunters can just take advantage of the situation, but you actually dare to snatch people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. You are simply courting death." Corporal Chun said angrily. They actually didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was already a fish on the chopping board. They only needed to discuss who would eat the fish. "Don't use the Heavenly Sword Hall to pressure me. You are just a small corporal. You can't represent the Heavenly Sword Hall at all. Since we have come to Ming City, how can we leave without getting some benefits?" Wang Qing said coldly. The rest of the bounty hunters also echoed his words. Although these people were afraid of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they still didn't care about a small corporal. "Ling Xiao, it's mine. None of you can snatch him away." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the corner of the street. Then, everyone saw a person wearing a bamboo hat appear. He raised his head. His eyes were closed as if he couldn't see anything. However, the cold aura released from his body sent chills down people's spines. What a strong aura! This aura is comparable to Lin Chuang's. Could it be another martial artist at the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm? And he is actually blind? Ling Xiao was shocked. He originally thought that the person who came to kill him would at most be a martial artist at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, who would have thought that such a strong person would come? Wu Qing, Corporal Chen, and Wang Qing's faces turned pale. Both of them were very proud, but they didn't dare to resist Wu Qing. Although Wu Qing was blind, he was ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. They were no match for him. The rain continued to fall. However, it couldn't hide the terrifying murderous aura in the restaurant. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Wu Qing coldly. He knew that when this person attacked, the others would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Therefore, his goal today was to defeat Wu Qing. However, the difficulty of this task was truly quite high. While he was thinking, Wu Qing's voice suddenly sounded again. I was only invited to fight with Shui. However, that guy seemed to have something urgent and left first. He postponed the fight to 7 days later. Anyway, it's boring. Who asked me to meet you? Don't worry, as long as you can take one of my attacks, I won't trouble you anymore. Corporal Chen and Wang Qing were helpless when they heard that. With Ling Zhao's strength, how could he take one of Wu Qing's attacks? In fact, Wu Qing had never used a second attack when he wanted to kill someone. Killing with one attack was what he was most praised for. Hee, Corporal Chen. It seems like there's nothing for us to do. We can only watch the show. Wang Qing smiled and sat down, continuing to drink and eat. Corporal Chen was also a little depressed. If Wu Qing really attacked, he couldn't stop him. He didn't dare to stop him either. He could only watch for now. You're very confident in yourself. That's right, I'm not your match. However, it shouldn't be difficult for me to take one of your attacks. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qing and said, Come, attack. He was a little worried and excited. He knew very well that as long as Wu Qing attacked and he didn't die, his cultivation base could basically break through. If things went well, his Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution might also be improved to lesser mastery because of this fight. This was a challenge. It was also an opportunity. Many bounty hunters looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be surprised. Ling Xiao actually dared to let Wu Qing attack instead of running away? It seemed like he really didn't know how terrifying Wu Qing's sword was. A smile appeared on Wu Qing's face. It was a strange smile. He didn't know what it meant. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that Wu Qing's smile was mocking him for his ignorance. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread and exploded in the void. It was cold, sharp, and terrifying. Chapter 30:26. The cold white air continued to swirl. The metal piece in Wu Qing's hand was no longer an ordinary metal piece. It was a peerless divine weapon. It was a terrifying weapon that was no weaker than a fine emperor weapon. So powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing tens of meters away, could feel the biting cold killing intent. The cold blade. There seemed to be blood on his face. Of course, he knew it was an illusion. His opponent's sword intent was too strong, and the sword chi was too sharp. Wu Qing did not use his martial soul. He seemed to think it was a waste to use his martial soul on Ling Xiao. When Qin Wuzhong and Wang Qing felt the terrifying sword chi, they couldn't help but straighten their bodies and take a few steps back. Although this terrifying aura was not targeted at them, it still made them feel extremely threatened. No wonder he was #1 on the Young Dragon bounty list. This sword was too powerful. You'll regret not using your martial soul. Facing Wu Qing, Ling Xiao transformed into the Undying Bird Bee Soul. He also activated the first level of Bloody Rat's power. The first level of Bloody Rat could increase all his attributes by 2 times without any side effects. It would only consume some internal strength. It would be a waste not to use it. Although he only needed to borrow his opponent's sword, Ling Xiao knew that his opponent deserved his full strength. The slightest hesitation could lead to his death. Everything that could be used, everything that could be exposed, he had exposed. He even used the power of the Sky Dragon, the Godly Phoenix, and the White Tiger. Then, 2 immortal swords appeared in his hands at the same time. His internal strength began to surge wildly, turning into terrifying energy that was injected into the 2 swords. The piercing killing intent began to resist Wu Qing's sword intent. The rain continued to fall. Ling Zhao's body gradually rose into the air. The raindrops fell on his body, but they were easily evaporated by the black flames. His sword intent was full of destructive and murderous aura. Although it was not as powerful as Wu Qing's, it was more domineering and insufferably arrogant. Facing the powerful Wu Qing, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he maintained his usual confidence and dominance. Many people could not help but praise him. Wu Qing also rose into the air. The 2 of them were tens of meters apart, facing each other in the sky. A strange circle formed in the space where the 2 of them were. The falling rain was actually blocked by the sphere, unable to fall. Only the sharp sword chi was released in this space. Dazzling sword radiance blossomed in this space. The emotionless sword was slowly raised and pointed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body assumed a bow stance. The sword in his left hand was raised toward the sky. The sword in his right hand pointed at Wu Qing like a sharp arrow. Both swords were burning with black flames. The fire of the phoenix. Are you ready? Wu Qing asked calmly. I can take this attack of yours any time, Ling Xiao replied. The people I've killed have always been killed with a single strike. No one has ever seen my second strike. Aren't you afraid? Merciless asked proudly. Sorry, I'm a person who likes to break the rules, Ling Xiao replied. Very well, then I won't show any mercy. Kill. Wu Qing spat out a cold voice. At that moment, the sword radiance skyrocketed. The sword chi was rampant. The sword radiance that was tens of meters long directly stabbed at Ling Xiao. It was like a giant's sword, tearing the space apart. It crossed the distance of tens of meters to completely destroy Ling Xiao. At that moment, the elements between heaven and earth were wailing crazily. They were shocked by the terrifying sword chi. Ling Xiao also made his move at this moment. He didn't wait passively. Instead, he brewed a powerful sword move. The two swords attacked Wu Qing at the same time. The black flame sword was like a huge pair of scissors, blocking the cold sword radiance. There was an ear-piercing sound. Boom. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao was directly blasted out by the sword. His body smashed into the houses on the roadside and flew hundreds of meters away before stopping. The rain was pouring down. Ling Xiao seemed to be motionless. Sure enough, Wu Qing is powerful. With one strike, the kid died. What a pity. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. We can't get it. The bounty hunters were very emotional. Wu Qing put away his sword and chuckled. I'm just playing. His head, whoever has the ability to get it. I'll go first. Wu Qing was very disappointed. He thought that the new person on the bounty list was very powerful. He didn't expect that he couldn't block the power of his sword. Invincible. It's so lonely. It seems that I can only wait for Shui to come back. Wu Qing sighed and stepped into the air. The battle here no longer piqued his interest. Snatch the kill. Suddenly, the bounty hunters reacted and rushed to the place where Ling Xiao was shot down. They believed that Ling Xiao was dying at this time. As long as they went over, they could get 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Captain Chan didn't move. He was really not interested in a wanted criminal who was killed by others. Just as he was about to ask people to leave, suddenly, a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. What followed was a shrill scream. Qin Wuzhong turned his head in surprise. He was horrified to find that the few bounty hunters at the front had been burned to ashes by the black sword aura. Only pieces of clothes fluttered in the air. Kill. The one who rose from the ruins wasn't the dying Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and advanced his imperial celestial dragon constitution. He was at the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the Yinyang realm. The breakthrough that Ling Xiao yearned for day and night, he had finally achieved it. Coupled with the lesser mastery of the imperial celestial dragon constitution, Ling Xiao even wanted to catch up with Wu Qing and fight him again. However, dozens of bounty hunters were blocking his way and wanted to kill him. They wanted to kill him while he was weak. How could he not be angry? How could he not make a move? As he shouted the word kill, Ling Xiao's figure flashed among the crowd like a phantom. Every time he paused, 2 bounty hunters would be killed. 2 swords attacked 2 enemies at the same time, but they were all killed in one blow. Those people could only let out a scream before they were cut off from the world. In fact, there was really nothing to hesitate about. Ling Xiao knew very well that these bounty hunters were here for his head. They wanted to kill others for money. Then, others could naturally kill them to protect themselves. There was no such thing as justice or evil, only their own interests. It was just that the bounty hunters were here for money, and Ling Xiao was here for survival. That was all. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. After venting his anger, he also tested his strength after the breakthrough. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He was no longer interested in these weak guys. His roar made many bounty hunters turn around and flee. If they could survive, they naturally wouldn't choose to fight recklessly. However, there were still more than a dozen bounty hunters left. Chapter 30:27. Stop killing with killing and fight violence with violence. That was Ling Zhao's simple life philosophy. In this martial Tao world that was full of danger, if others wanted to kill you, you could only fight back and kill them. Because no matter what you did, others wanted to kill you. You may be kind and let others go, but when you turn around, they may use even worse methods to deal with you. If you were domineering and ruthless and killed those who wanted to kill you, they would not come to find trouble with you. Some people said that one shouldn't make too many enemies, otherwise, life would be difficult. Then kill. Kill until all the enemies were dead. In the martial Tao world, life didn't need to be too complicated. It was easier to live simply. Therefore, Ling Zhao directly attacked. Of course, it didn't matter if he let those who were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to attack him again. After all, they would never dare to attack him again. Today's massacre had left a shadow of fear in their hearts. As for those who were stubborn and tried to kill him to collect the bounty, he had no intention of showing mercy. You're courting death. Wang Qing was furious. Many of these bounty hunters were brought here by him, although they weren't close to each other. However, Ling Zhao dared to kill them in front of him. He couldn't tolerate it. A vast aura erupted from his body, and a slender sword appeared in his hand. The sword was like a steel drill. It didn't have a blade, but it had the terrifying effect of penetrating everything. Sword chi spewed out from the tip of the sword and poured toward Ling Zhao in a frenzy, trying to kill Ling Zhao. However, Ling Zhao was no longer the same as before. He waved the 8 immortal swords in his hand and instantly destroyed the incoming sword chi. Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 16th level of hell in the Yin-Yang First Revolution. Moreover, his imperial heavenly dragon constitution had reached the small success stage. How could a cultivator at the middle stage of the 16th level of hell withstand it? Kill. He didn't take Wang Qing seriously at all. He waved the 2 8 immortal swords in his hands again. After the sword light flashed, a few more remaining bounty hunters were killed. The remaining bounty hunters were all related to Wang Qing. Moreover, they all stubbornly wanted to kill Ling Zhao and obtain the bounty. How could Ling Zhao show mercy to them? Blood dripped onto the ground. The torrential rain continued to wash away the blood, but in the end, it was unable to completely wash away the blood. Blood and water mixed together, making the battlefield even more bloody. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand continued to dance. In an instant, only Wang Qing was left on the battlefield. There was also Chen Wuzhong, who was watching from afar. Brother Chen, are you going to continue watching the show? If I die, the next one to die will be you. Wang Qing could feel how terrifying Ling Zhao was. Therefore, he looked at Captain Chen, trying to ask for help. Chen Wuzhong didn't say anything. He continued to watch, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wang Qing was infuriated, but Ling Zhao had already attacked. He had no choice but to accept the challenge. Explosive hail. Wang Qing roared, and the thin sword in his hand stabbed out continuously. Then, hundreds of ice crystal-like sword chi appeared in the void and stabbed toward Ling Zhao. The entire space was completely enveloped. Ling Zhao could clearly feel that each of the sword chi contained a terrifying aura. The martial arts technique that Wang Qing used should also be a general-level martial arts technique, but it was only a beginner general-level martial arts technique. Even so, if an ordinary person was pierced by these ice crystals, even if his cultivation was similar to Wang Qing's, he would probably be pierced into a hedgehog. However, Ling Zhao had the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution. The level of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution was higher than this beginner general-level martial arts technique. As long as he channeled his inner strength and focused all his attention on defense, Ling Zhao was sure that he would definitely not be injured. However, he was not the kind of person who would be passive. Instead of desperately defending, he might as well attack directly. Boom! The ice rain directly collapsed the restaurant and arrived in front of Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao shouted coldly and raised the 8 immortal swords in his hands at the same time. Black flames burned on the 2 swords. The hundreds of ice rain fell to the ground in an instant. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao was not excited at all. Not only was he facing Wang Qing, but he was also paying attention to Chen Wuzhong in the distance. He realized that when he tore apart Wang Qing's attack, Chen Wuzhong's figure disappeared. That guy definitely did not leave. Ling Xiao could feel that he was being stared at by a venomous snake. His hair stood on end all over his body. Good guy. You really know how to seize the opportunity. If I had underestimated you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to escape this time. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chen Wuzhong had not made a move all this time because he was looking for his weakness. This was the best time to do so. How could Chen Wuzhong miss it? Ling Xiao could feel that an attack that could seriously injure him was coming toward him, and it was right behind him. It was already too late for him to activate the Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution. Ling Xiao frowned and immediately used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. At that moment, his body turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. He shot toward Wang Qing's location. Although the two of them were not very powerful, they should have known each other before. Therefore, they were very good at joint attacks. He had to get rid of one of them first. Only then would he be able to avoid being in danger again. Although the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique was powerful, it was a straight line movement technique. As long as someone saw through its secret, it would be easy to stop him. Therefore, he could not use it too much. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao would only use it once in a battle, and that was when it was the most crucial moment. Do you think you can escape? Go back. Wang Qing did not know that Ling Xiao was not trying to escape. Instead, he was trying to kill him. He dashed over and used the ice rain again in an attempt to force Ling Xiao to retreat. He wanted to create an opportunity for Chen Wuzhong to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that Chen Wuzhong's speed was not inferior to his Earth Elemental Golden Light technique at all. This guy must have a very powerful movement technique to be able to catch up with him. He could not get rid of the threat of death. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. The biggest reason he could not get rid of it was that Wang Qing was blocking him. Therefore, killing Wang Qing was the only way out. Black flames continued to rise from his body. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand had been replaced by the demon dragon sword. The instantaneous change did not seem to have much effect. However, only Ling Xiao knew. The true demon supreme sword displayed by the demon dragon sword was even more powerful. The black sword aura instantly expanded. The terrifying sword aura turned into a black phoenix and charged toward Wang Qing. Wang Qing stared at the scene in horror and tried to stop himself from falling. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao's entire body and the demon dragon sword in his hand pierced through Wang Qing's body. Wang Qing's body actually exploded at that moment. Not only did he die miserably, but he also stopped Chen Wuzhong, who was trying to sneak attack Ling Xiao. Chapter 30:28. Wang Qing's scream scared Chen Wuzhong so much that he couldn't help but tremble. He instantly stopped his attack. It was too crazy. This Ling Xiao was actually so terrifying. Being attacked by two martial artists at the middle stage of the 16th level of Hell in the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm, he actually chose such a domineering way to escape. Wu Qing, you really underestimated this person. Not killing him is definitely your biggest mistake. Chen Wuzhong recalled Wu Qing's disdainful expression towards Ling Xiao and immediately felt helpless. This Ling Xiao was able to get on the bounty list and was ranked 50th. This was definitely not without reason. He was really very strong and very crazy. Chen Wuzhong felt that his heart was trembling crazily. The two of them couldn't kill Ling Xiao. How could he do it alone? Protect Wuzhong. The martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall rushed over, trying to create a chance for Chen Wuzhong to escape. However, their actions only added a few more souls to Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao didn't even look and directly flung his hand. A ball of black flames enveloped the group of martial artists and burned them. In an instant, they turned into ashes. Not even a drop of blood was left. Chen Wuzhong didn't escape. He didn't even have the courage to escape. Looking into Ling Xiao's cold eyes, he felt as if he was a rabbit that had been targeted by a wolf. There was no chance for him to escape. His heart was beating fiercely. It was many times faster and louder than usual. His cultivation was clearly higher than his opponent's, but he was so frightened by his opponent that he couldn't even make a move. Let me go. I can help you cover up for today's matter. Qin Wuzhang probably never dreamed that he would actually beg for mercy in order to survive. This was equivalent to betraying his subordinates who had died in battle. Cover up? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao slowly flew towards Qin Wuzhang. This person really wanted to kill him just now. If he didn't have the earth manipulation golden light technique, he would probably be dead. How could he not kill such a person? You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the Heavenly Sword Hall. At that time, your bounty will obviously not match your strength, and there will be even more terrifying bounty hunters coming to find trouble with you. If you don't kill me, I can hide what happened today, and your bounty won't increase. I believe you don't want to be hunted down by an expert like Wu Qing, right? Qin Wuzhang said as he retreated. In order to make Ling Xiao let him go, he had put in a lot of effort. The ranking on the bounty board did not simply represent one's strength. In fact, more importantly, it was a threat to the Heavenly Sword Hall, especially those who dared to directly challenge the authority of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Their bounties would be even higher. When the bounty couldn't match his strength, he would definitely die quickly. After all, if one's cultivation was at the 16th level of hell, and the bounty had attracted cultivators from the 17th level of hell, how could one not die? If it were someone else, they might really accept Qin Wuzhang's condition. However, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. Let the enemy come even more fiercely. Without those enemies, without those powerful enemies, how could he continue to break through? He couldn't even be bothered to kill trash. What? Qin Wuzhang thought that he could persuade Ling Xiao, but the moment he finished speaking, he felt a cold killing intent. He tried to circulate his internal energy to resist. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Ling Xiao's sword was too fast. In an instant, it had already pierced through his throat. Qin Wuzhang might not understand until his death why Ling Xiao refused to accept such a good condition. Ling Xiao took Qin Wuzhang and Wang Qing's storage rings. In addition to tens of thousands of mid-level spirit stones, there was a set of martial arts techniques that Ling Xiao urgently needed in their storage rings. This was a set of beginner general-level martial arts technique, ice sword technique. There were only 3 moves in the ice sword technique. The power of each move was naturally stronger than the previous one. To be honest, this ice sword technique was actually not very suitable for Ling Xiao. So after Ling Xiao returned to the Devil Dragon Sword Court, he modified the ice sword technique. It became the mystical flame sword technique that was more suitable for him to use. There were still 3 moves. The first move was Fire Rain Burst. It was the move that Wang Qing used. That guy had only learned this move. The duel between Wu Qing and the other person is in 7 days. I'll cultivate for 7 days first, then go to Ming City. He definitely had to watch such a show. He could gain a lot of benefits from the duel between experts. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that. What happened in Ming City quickly spread to the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Heavenly Sword Hall was furious about Ling Xiao's crimes. They directly gave Ling Xiao a bounty of 2 million mid-level spirit stones. In this way, his ranking directly rose to 30th. As for the top 30 warriors on the bounty list, their cultivation was basically above the 17th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. With Ling Xiao in this position, he was in high demand. There would probably be countless people who would want to exchange his head for the bounty. 7 days later, Ling Xiao came to Ming City again. The restaurant that had been destroyed had already undergone some simple repairs at this time. In the central square, there were still many people there waiting to watch the show. On the original execution platform in the square, there was a young man in blood-red clothes standing. This person was the second on the Young Dragon bounty list, Shui. He looked around arrogantly with a cold smile on his lips. Today was the day he and Wu Qing agreed to duel. Although it was a few days later than the original time, it was nothing. He didn't believe that Wu Qing could break through again in these 7 days. Shui is really powerful. If Ling Xiao had come to Ming City to cause trouble, that guy would have died. It's said that Wu Qing was also there. He beat Ling Xiao half to death with 1 move, but he left later. Why is Shui so confident? His cultivation is lower than Wu Qing's, but he thinks he can defeat Wu Qing? While waiting, the people naturally couldn't control their emotions. They were discussing the 2 young experts on the Young Dragon bounty list. Shui's eyes were full of arrogance. His whole body was filled with an aura of pride. He wanted to defeat Wu Qing today and let these ignorant people know that he was much more powerful than Wu Qing. Wu Qing, you're here. Our duel is inevitable. Shui Yi looked into the distance. His voice was loud and clear like thunder. It spread out in all directions of Ming City. It enveloped the entire Ming City. Only a moment later, all of a sudden, a soaring sword in tint pierced through the sky. Wu Qing was here. That terrifying sword chi caused everyone to feel a terrifying piercing pain. Although he was blind, no one dared to underestimate him. They were all extremely afraid of him. He tore through the air like a sharp sword descending from the sky. Chapter 30-29. You didn't disappoint me. I have to admit that you have guts to come. Shui Yi sneered when he saw Wu Qing. Unfortunately, you will lose today. Not necessarily. Wu Qing's sword essence became thicker, and his sword aura continued to rise as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. Everyone standing around could feel the horrifying sword essence and sword aura. It was overbearing and arrogant. Everyone says that Ling Zhao's sword essence is overbearing. I think he hasn't met Wu Qing yet. That's right. Today's battle will be a fierce one. It will definitely be fun. Everyone was excited. How could they not look forward to the battle between the first and second place on the Young Dragon bounty list? The arrogant and cold Shui, the overbearing Wu Qing. The battle between the two would definitely make people excited. Whether Wu Qing would be kicked out of the first place or Shui's ambition would not be fulfilled, there would be a result today. Not necessarily. After today, the first place on the Young Dragon bounty list will be mine, and you will be defeated. Shui seemed very confident. Even when he saw the soaring sword essence released by Wu Qing, he was not afraid at all. Did that mean that he had expected all of this? It doesn't matter how good your words are. Let's see who's better with our fists. If I lose, the first place will naturally be yours. However, that's just your daydream. Wu Qing was just as arrogant. He did not become the first place on the Young Dragon bounty list for no reason. It would not be easy for Shui to defeat him. I heard that you met Ling Xiao and fought with him? Shui suddenly changed the topic. That's right. He's just a piece of trash. He can't even take one strike from me. Why should I mention him? Even if he's lucky enough to survive, he's still a piece of trash. Wu Qing said coldly. Ha ha ha, well said. Since that guy is a piece of trash, I'll take the 2 million medium spiritual stones. Shui obviously did not take Ling Xiao seriously. As you wish. Wu Qing said lightly. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's fight. Shui was actually a very cautious person. The reason why he asked Wu Qing about Ling Xiao was to prevent himself from being defeated. However, he did not have to worry now. As long as he defeated Wu Qing, Ling Xiao was nothing. Let's fight. Wu Qing replied. Sword light filled the air, and the entire central square was enveloped by dense sword chi. Behind him, a sharp sword martial spirit appeared. He didn't even bother to use his martial soul to deal with Ling Xiao. But against Shui, the huge martial spirit sword danced behind him. What a powerful sword intent. Just by looking at it, I feel like I'm powerless to resist. Teague. So what if your sword is strong? So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Have you forgotten what my martial soul is? Shui sneered. A blood-red shadow appeared behind him. It looked like a giant bat, but it also looked like a human. It was full of blood and eerie. Blood veil. Shui chuckled. The blood-red shadow behind him released rays of blood-red light. It then covered Shui's body. At that moment, Wu Qing's sword pierced toward him. However, when the sword chi touched the blood veil, it disintegrated and was absorbed by the blood veil. What kind of martial spirit is that? It feels so terrifying. Such a powerful attack was easily neutralized by him. Blood Clan martial soul. Within the crowd, someone said, legend has it that this is a martial spirit that originated from the demon realm. There are very few people who possess it. No wonder Shui is not afraid of Wu Qing, even though his cultivation is lower than Wu Qing's. Humph, what bullshit Blood Clan martial soul. Watch how I break it. Wu Qing naturally would not admit defeat just because of this special martial soul. His sword will become even more terrifying. The iron sword in his hand was infused with close to 100% of his power. The iron sword seemed to be flying out of his hand. The surrounding space began to crack. One by one, they made people tremble with fear. Suddenly, the iron sword turned into a giant sword that was dozens of meters long. It was a giant sword that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Huh! With a roar, Wu Qing held the giant sword and pierced toward Shui again. The terrifying sword chi continued to surge. Everyone felt extremely terrified. However, Shui only smiled coldly. Blood Sea. As his voice sounded, the original defense was released. The overwhelming blood-red liquid turned into a sea and rushed toward Wu Qing. Wu Qing's giant sword pierced the blood sea. He felt that the sword chi was being corroded by the terrifying and strange energy. It quickly weakened. His sword was actually unable to pierce down any further. It's over, Wu Qing. Be devoured by my blood sea. Shui looked at Wu Qing coldly. The surging blood sea slapped a huge wave. It also enveloped Wu Qing's body. Wu Qing tried to slash the blood sea apart, but he found that his power was rapidly ebbing away. He could not release any power from his arm. He began to feel extremely terrified. It's useless. Once you're trapped in my blood sea, it's meaningless to struggle. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll be very happy to have you as my opponent. Ha ha ha. His laughter seemed to be a merciless mockery. Wu Qing released all of his power. His body was even wrapped in sword chi. He kept struggling in the blood sea. However, it was useless. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Wu Qing, who was at the peak of the 16th level of hell, was being toyed with by Shui, who was only at the late stage. A moment later, Wu Qing was thrown out of the blood sea. He was injured all over. The most terrifying thing was that his body seemed to have lost a lot of weight. It was as if a lot of his blood had been sucked away. His body swayed. He could not even stand properly. He's too strong. Yeah, Shui is too strong. I thought it would be an evenly matched battle. I didn't expect Shui to have the upper hand. Wu Qing is not his opponent at all. As expected of the direct disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Earth Demon Palace, Shui obviously received the true teachings of the Earth Demon General. He's a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. But why would a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court be a bounty hunter? Why not? Shui wants to increase his strength by killing those on the bounty list. Who is Wu Qing? Chapter 30. The Devil Dragon Sword Court is really scary. The top two on the Young Dragon bounty list are actually their disciples. Exactly. However, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace is not weak either. It's just that their disciples are more low-key, unlike the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciples who are more flamboyant. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and listened to their discussion. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Wu Qing and Shui to be his fellow disciples. This was really interesting. These two fellows would most likely become his enemies in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. I lost. At this moment, Wu Qing struggled to stand up. He supported his body with his sword and looked at Shui. He had lost, and he had lost so miserably that he could not fight back at all. Shui's Blood Clan martial soul was too scary. Whether it was the blood curtain or the blood sea, they gave him a feeling that he could not resist. The first place on the Young Dragon bounty list is yours. I'm afraid that the Black Turtle Seal contest will be yours. Wu Qing's voice sounded sad and helpless. He had not returned to the sect for a long time. He had been cultivating outside. So many people in the sect did not know his true strength. He thought that this time, he could defeat Lin Chuang from the Sky Demon residence and get the Black Turtle Seal. Who would have thought that Shui, who was weaker than him, would surpass him? In the end, it was just a pipe dream. He thought that Shui was just complacent, so he wanted to teach his fellow disciple a lesson. However, the cruel reality taught him a lesson. Shui was definitely not bluffing, nor was he complacent. He truly possessed a terrifying strength that was difficult for him to resist. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, and there was no chance for him to turn the tables. No matter how he thought about the whole battle, the result was the same. Many people in the crowd knew that the Black Turtle Seal contest of the Devil Dragon Sword Court was about to begin. Today, the battle between Shui and Wu Qing had clearly shown who would get the Black Turtle Seal contest. Other than the core disciples of the Demon Master Residence, only Lin Chuang from the Sky Demon Residence could fight with Shui. After defeating Wu Qing, Shui flung his blood-red cloak and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. He still had to hunt down Ling Xiao. Furthermore, there were still more than 20 days until the Black Turtle Seal contest. He would not slack off. While hunting down Ling Xiao, he would also continue to raise his own strength. In his opinion, the Sky Devil Mansion's Lin Chuang was much more powerful than Wu Qing. Wu Qing gritted his teeth as he watched Blood Robes leave. Although he accepted his loss wholeheartedly, he was still unwilling to accept it. His cultivation was higher than Shui's, but he had failed because his martial soul was inferior to Shui's. This feeling was too depressing. In reality, he could not even unleash half of his strength under Shui's martial soul. I didn't expect you to have such a day. 7 days ago, you really beat me up so badly. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on this person. It was a handsome and carefree figure. He was dressed in a green robe, and his black hair danced in the wind. There was a hint of mockery in his deep eyes. Ling Xiao. He's Ling Xiao, who is ranked 30th on the bounty list with a bounty of 2 million medium spiritual stones. This face was all too familiar to everyone present. Almost everyone had seen Ling Xiao's bounty list. Although there were some differences between the portrait and the real person, this face was 70 to 80% similar. Moreover, there should not be a second person who had such a frivolous aura and looked so similar. However, Ling Xiao had always been here. Why did he not dare to show himself earlier? Was it because he was afraid of Shui? There's nothing embarrassing about being afraid of Shui. After all, Shui is stronger than Wu Qing. How could Ling Xiao be his match? Whether or not this was true, no one knew. But judging from the current situation, it seemed to be true. What right do you have to mock me? Wu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You can't even block one of my attacks." That's right. 7 days ago, I couldn't block one of your attacks. But do you think you're still my match now? Ling Xiao mocked. Although your cultivation is high, you can't even defeat Shui. Your use of your martial soul is also a mess. If I had your cultivation, Shui, it would not be worth mentioning at all. T. It's obvious that my martial soul is not as good as Shui's. That's why I can't display my strength. Wu Qing shouted. Ling Xiao sneered. A person's strength is indeed related to their martial soul. However, Shui's martial soul is not the immemorial divine dragon martial soul, nor is it the 12 human deity martial soul. It's just a half-baked blood clan martial soul. It's not much stronger than your sword martial soul. However, you've been led by the nose since the beginning. You're so stupid. You mean, even if we have the same martial soul, I will still lose to Shui? Wu Qing asked. That's right. Your understanding of martial souls and battle is too naive. To be honest, the reason why you can stay at the top of the Young Dragon bounty list for such a long time is because your cultivation is high enough. When someone's cultivation is close to yours, you won't be able to do it. Ling Xiao's reply was merciless. Humph, you're so arrogant. Do you think that I'll lose to you just because I lost to Shui? You can't even take a single strike from me, so stop spouting nonsense. Wu Qing, of course, would not accept Ling Xiao's words. Arrogant? That's right. I'm really arrogant. To be honest, I came to Ming City today to find trouble with you. However, looking at your current state, even if I win against you, it'll be an unfair victory. Your injuries will take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Let's do it this way. In half a month's time, let's fight here. Let's see if I'm arrogant or you're ignorant. Ling Xiao did not find trouble with Shui because Shui had not found trouble with him yet. However, Wu Qing was different. He still remembered the grudge of that strike. However, if he were to kill Wu Qing now, it would be too boring. No need for half a month. 10 days. Just 10 days. Wu Qing said, when the time comes, I'll let you understand that I, Wu Qing, am not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully. All right then. See you in 10 days. Ling Xiao waved his hand, turned around, and left. The show was over. Next, it was time to calm down and cultivate. 10 days later, he would come here to fight with Wu Qing. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao's back as he left and became excited again. 10 days later, they would be able to watch the fight here again. Shui might even come by then. Shui had been looking for Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao appeared and disappeared mysteriously. If he did not appear, no one would be able to find him. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a good place to cultivate. It was the Demon Sovereign Catalog. Chapter 30-31. There were many experts in the Demon Lord Catalog whose cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. That was why he did not dare to release all of them. However, these people could become his sparring partners and help him improve his cultivation. He had actually forgotten about this earlier. However, it was not too late to remember it now. The battle with Wu Qing was set for 10 days later. He hoped that his cultivation could at least improve by a small realm during this period of time. After notifying Sword 18 and Jian Luoying, Ling Xiao began to cultivate in seclusion. 10 days later, at the central square of Ming City, Wu Qing had arrived early and was waiting for Ling Xiao. Many people had not forgotten about the battle that day. They had also arrived at Ming City to see if Ling Xiao, who was ranked 30th on the bounty list, would die in Wu Qing's hands. It was already evening, and Wu Qing had waited for a full 4 hours. The onlookers were getting impatient. Wu Qing stood up and looked coldly into the distance. He said disdainfully, "What a cowardly guy. He only talks big. To think that I actually thought that he would come. What a joke." People looked at each other and shook their heads. Ling Xiao did not dare to face Shui 10 days ago. 10 days later, he did not dare to appear in front of Wu Qing, who had recovered from his injuries. Was he really just a coward? Was he not the frivolous young man in the rumors? I've been here for a long time. I've been waiting for you to discover my existence. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. People could not help but look up. In the sky, a black spot quickly grew larger and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. It seems that you really can't do it. It's inevitable that you'll be defeated by Shui. If today was not a duel but an assassination, you'd be dead. Are you saying that I'm frivolous and ignorant? That I'm a coward? You'd better take a piss and see what kind of person you are. In the void, Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. His green robes fluttered in the wind. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His powerful aura made it seem as if the sword god had descended. Wu Qing's expression was ugly. He really didn't notice Ling Xiao's existence. I'm late. You don't have to use this kind of psychological attack on me. It's useless. Wu Qing believed that the reason Ling Xiao said that was purely to strike a blow to his self-confidence. What a joke. Do I need to resort to mind tricks to deal with you? The 8 immortal swords appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, but there was only one. Things were different now. The current Ling Xiao did not need to use his dual abilities to deal with Heartless. What's the use of words? We'll only know after we fight. Wu Qing snorted coldly. Then, his body gradually floated into the air, facing off against Ling Xiao in the sky. Make your move, or you won't have another chance. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Wu Qing. That condescending look really made Wu Qing furious. A mere first revolution in Yang Realm cultivator at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Even Shui wouldn't dare to do that. As he spoke, Wu Qing's sword essence continued to rise. He still did not use his sword martial soul. He only used his iron sword to generate cold and murderous sword qi. He was going to send Ling Xiao flying with his sword, just like he did 10 days ago. Only then could he prove that he was much more powerful than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there with the 8 immortal swords in his hand, but he did not transform into his beast soul. Wu Qing did not use his martial soul, so he did not need to transform into his beast soul. Otherwise, it would be bullying. Transform quickly, or you won't be able to block my attack, Wu Qing said angrily. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Can't block it? You can try. Ling Xiao said casually. Damn it. Don't think that just because I lost to Shui Yi, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to look down on me. Kill. Wu Qing could not stand Ling Xiao's contempt. He did not wait any longer. With a roar, the sword in his hand stabbed out. The explosive sword chi tore the space apart, and the elements in the space became restless. He looked at his opponent's sword calmly. Ling Xiao slowly raised the 8 immortal swords in his hand and stabbed out casually. The 2 swords collided in the air. Ling Xiao's body did not move at all. However, the terrifying sword chi radiated to the surroundings. Dodge it, someone exclaimed. It was really a fight between gods, and the ordinary people suffered. Rumble. The sword chi that was sent flying destroyed several houses and pierced the ground into smithereens. Fortunately, there was no one in the houses because they knew that there would be a duel here today. Otherwise, many people would be unlucky in this collision. Many people were trembling when they saw this terrifying scene. How could this be? Wu Qing was shocked. More than 10 days ago, he had sent Ling Xiao flying with a single strike of his sword. Although he had not killed Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's miserable appearance was still fresh in his mind. However, today, his sword was easily blocked by Ling Xiao. He knew very well that his attack had not weakened. It was even stronger than 10 days ago. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao had become stronger. Don't be so surprised. I've only become stronger in 10 days. Ling Xiao said indifferently, use your martial soul. Otherwise, even if you die of exhaustion today, you won't be able to hurt me. Well, you asked for it. I only wanted to defeat you and spare your life. However, once I release my martial soul, my attack will increase several times. You won't have a chance. While speaking, Wu Qing released his sword martial soul. As the sword martial soul was released, his iron sword became more ferocious. His aura also became more powerful. That's more like it. However, it's still a pity. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. You can't even defeat Shui Yi, who is at the late stage of the 16 levels of hell. Don't you understand? Your fighting ability is too weak. You've wasted your high cultivation. Ling Xiao quickly transformed into the undying bird beast soul and said with a smile, shut up. With a roar, Wu Qing condensed an even more powerful attack and attacked Ling Xiao. The ferocious sword chi made the space cry out miserably. This attack was as fast as lightning. In terms of power, it was several times stronger than before. However, the result of this attack was still the same. Ling Xiao, who was in his beast soul transformation, easily blocked Wu Qing's attack. How dare you hide your skills in front of me? With your identity and status, plus your cultivation, you should know the martial arts of general level, right? Don't try to fool me with these peak soldier-level martial techniques. It's useless. Ling Xiao yawned, and a sarcastic look appeared on his face. This made Wu Qing's expression extremely ugly. The crowd was extremely shocked. In fact, more than 10 days ago, when Ling Xiao was sent flying by Wu Qing's sword, many people saw it. They knew that Wu Qing was not lying. However, today, Ling Xiao was able to deal with the furious Wu Qing so calmly. Chapter 30-32. I admit that your defense is strong, but you can only be a coward like this. You can defend against others, but can you kill others? Wu Qing mocked. I wanted to give you a chance to show off. Since you want to see my attack, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't worry, I'll only use one strike, and I won't kill you. Today, I'll treat you the same way you treated me. We're even. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and slowly raised the 8 immortal sword in his hand. Black flames gathered on the blade of the sword. Terrifying fire elements danced around his body. Crazy massacre sword intent. Destruction sword intent kept rising. At this time, the 8 immortal swords shone with a dark light, completely turning into a sword of black flames. What a terrifying sword intent. I don't even have the courage to raise my head in front of him. That's right. When did Ling Xiao become so strong? He wasn't this strong just a few days ago. He's probably a genius. His cultivation speed is so fast that it's shocking. People discussed, shocked, and surprised. The 8 immortal sword shone with a black light as terrifying as a solar eclipse. They didn't even dare to look directly at it, or they would go blind. Furthermore, the sword and tint released by the long sword made them feel even more uneasy and fearful. Ling Xiao took a step forward and stood in the air. Like a tide, sword and tint poured out and pounced on Wu Qing. Do you know, Wu Qing? 17 days ago, you sent me flying with one strike. At that time, my cultivation was only at the peak of the 15th level of hell. What do you have to be proud of? With your strength, you should be able to kill me with one strike. But all you did was send me flying. You couldn't even seriously injure me. Now, my cultivation has advanced to the middle stage of the 16th level of hell. I don't know if you're stupid or stupid. What gives you the confidence to fight me? Ling Xiao took another step forward. The fiery sword qi was condensed to the extreme. The terrifying sword and tint pressured Wu Qing to the point that he couldn't breathe. At that moment, Wu Qing felt as if he was under the gaze of 10,000 swords. No matter what he did, he felt extremely dangerous. Strange flame sword art, fire rain burst. Finally, Ling Xiao's sword stabbed out. The black flames turned into a sharp and scorching rain of fire. Hundreds of black sword qi wrapped in flames shot towards Wu Qing. Wu Qing's eyes widened in horror. At the same time, he also thrust out his sword. It was also a beginner general-level sword technique. However, after the two sword techniques collided, the merciless sword qi instantly fell apart. You are really too weak, too weak. The primary general realm swordsmanship had actually been practiced to the basic realm. How can you block my attack? Break. Qi. The terrifying sword qi finally shattered the metal sword in Heartless' hand and pierced through his body. Wu Qing let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens and earth, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their mouths wide open in disbelief. They thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Wu Qing, and that Wu Qing could easily defeat Ling Xiao. The only thing Ling Xiao could do was to try his best to avoid being killed in one move. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Ling Xiao was unscathed. However, Wu Qing's body was pierced through by the sword, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He fell into a house. There were still black flames burning on his body. No! Wu Qing stood up, ignoring the pain in his body, and roared at the sky. Although he was defeated by Shui, he did not give up. He thought that he could still stand up. He was stronger than most martial artists, and Ling Xiao was the person he used to regain his confidence. However, he was defeated again, and this time, he was defeated even more miserably. The confidence he had just regained was completely destroyed. Why are you roaring? I didn't kill you. You sent me flying before. Today, I'll return the favor. We don't owe each other anything. You wanted to use me to regain your confidence, so you ended up in this situation. You only have yourself to blame. Everyone nodded. Ling Xiao was right. Wu Qing thought that Ling Xiao was a pushover and thought that defeating Ling Xiao could boost his confidence. He did not expect to kick an iron plate. The price he paid was not only a serious injury, but also a psychological trauma. Would Ling Xiao be afraid of Shui? Originally, people thought that Ling Xiao avoided Shui because he was afraid. However, Ling Xiao defeated Wu Qing with ease today. This completely subverted everyone's thoughts. Shui might not be as strong as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had not been defeated since he was listed on the bounty list. No one knew how strong he was, at least until now. Whether Shui or Ling Xiao was stronger, unless the two of them fought, it would become a mystery. It's a pity that Shui is preparing for the Black Tortoise Seal contest. He has been in seclusion all this time and did not come to Ming City. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to see the battle between the two. Yes, it's a pity. However, we should be able to see it in the future. After the Black Tortoise Seal contest, I believe Shui will definitely look for Ling Xiao to fight. After all, Ling Xiao defeated the opponent that he spent years of hard work to finally defeat. Ling Xiao did not listen to the crowd's discussion. He just looked at Wu Qing coldly and said, "Get lost." Wu Qing was not angry when he heard this. He was numb, and his heart was filled with despair. He thought that among the martial artists under the age of 20, he was only weaker than Lin Chuang and Xue Yi. However, Ling Zhao's appearance made him feel that he was a laughable frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Qing did not want to die. Therefore, he had to get lost. Moreover, in front of Ling Xiao, he always had a feeling that he was incomparably small, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He staggered away, and his wretched figure made everyone sigh endlessly. However, this was the mystic world. When one wanted to use others as a stepping stone, it was best to be prepared to be defeated. Today's Wu Qing was Ling Zhao's stepping stone. After Wu Qing left, Ling Xiao also turned around and left. Although Ming City did not have a city lord for the time being, there was no guarantee that the martial artist from Heavenly Sword Hall would come looking for him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be too careless. However, even though he had left, the shock that he brought to the crowd was still enormous. However, most people still felt that Ling Xiao was still inferior to Xue Yi. Xue Yi's martial soul was too special and too powerful. It was simply the nemesis of swordsmen. If Ling Xiao encountered Xue Yi, he would probably be helpless against the blood-descendant martial soul. However, Ling Xiao was younger than Xue Yi and defeated Wu Qing with a lower cultivation. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's talent far surpassed Xue Yi's. Ling Xiao might not be a match for Xue Yi now, but in the future, Ling Xiao would definitely surpass Xue Yi. Chapter 30-33. However, it was only a guess whether Ling Xiao or Xue Yi was stronger. They would only know who was stronger after the battle. Therefore, almost everyone was looking forward to the battle between Ling Xiao and Xue Yi. The news quickly spread to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Xue Yi, who was cultivating in seclusion, could not help but come out. He went to find Wu Qing and asked him about what had happened. How interesting. A puny ant actually managed to injure you. Xue Yi mocked Wu Qing as he looked at the injured Wu Qing. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you that day so that you wouldn't embarrass the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Wu Qing did not say anything. He looked at Xue Yi's back as he left and muttered to himself, "You don't understand. Even you would lose if you met him." He had fought both Xue Yi and Ling Xiao before. The two of them gave him a completely different feeling. Xue Yi gave him the feeling that his martial soul was strong, which prevented him from unleashing his true strength. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao did not use his martial soul to suppress him. Even if he unleashed his strongest strength, Ling Xiao could still easily resolve it. Therefore, he had already made a judgment in his heart. Ling Xiao was stronger than Xue Yi. However, he did not say it. With Xue Yi's bad temper, he would be in trouble if he said it. In the blink of an eye, the last 10 days had passed. The Black Tortoiseel contest was tomorrow. Ling Xiao walked out of his room. He looked a little haggard. His clothes were ragged and his body was covered in scabs from the wounds that had just healed. Jin Luoying, who had been guarding outside the door, was shocked when she saw this. "Did someone rob you? Why do you look so haggard?" "Hee, senior sister Luoying, today is the day we agreed on. As long as I defeat you, I can't participate in the Black Tortoiseel contest, right?" Ling Xiao said with a grin. "That's right. However, before that, you should change your clothes and wash up. I'll go look for father and arrange for us to spar." Jin Luoying said. "Okay." Ling Xiao turned around and returned to his room. Jin Luoying went to look for Jin 18. As a result, a large number of martial artists quickly gathered around the Wine Demon Mansion's arena. These were the direct disciples and ordinary disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion. In addition, there were also the commanders, deputy commanders, and personal guards who had been following Sword 18th. When Ling Xiao arrived, he had already changed into clean clothes. He no longer looked as disheveled as before. He cupped his hands at everyone and then jumped into the ring. "Senior sister." Across from him stood Jian Luoying. She was dressed in martial attire and looked extremely dashing. She gave off the feeling of a heroine. "Can I do my best?" Jian Luoying asked. "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and entered the beast soul transformation mode of the everlasting heavenly rat. At the same time, he used the effect of the first level of the sanguinary rat. Aside from the fact that his Sky Tyrant martial spirit was temporarily useless, he had to give it his all this time. Although Jin Luoying's cultivation base was the same as Heartless, her combat power was much higher. This was especially true during her sparring sessions with Ling Xiao. Her combat prowess had skyrocketed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the most skilled martial artist in the Demon General Mansion other than Ling Xiao. Let's settle this in one move. Tomorrow is the Black Tortoise Seal contest. I don't want the two of you to exhaust yourself too much. Also, don't go too far. Jin 18 said, yes. Ling Xiao and Jin Luoying nodded at the same time. Then, they released their powerful auras at the same time. Advanced stage of the 16th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang First Revolution. Did this guy break through again? Jin 18 was extremely shocked. When Ling Xiao released his cultivation base aura, he could not believe it. After all, the improvement of one's cultivation base was getting slower and slower. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to be affected at all. Clang! Ling Xiao drew a sword. The Demon Dragon Sword. However, the Demon Dragon Sword was no longer the same as before. Premium Emperor Weapon. How is this possible? Jin 18 was shocked again. There were also exclamations from the crowd. Ling Xiao's Demon Dragon Sword should only be a common grade Emperor weapon. How did it become a premium Emperor weapon? Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao had not only been cultivating for more than 10 days. At the same time, he had also modified the Demon Dragon Sword. He had integrated the Marrow Sucking Sword into it and upgraded the Demon Dragon Primordial Sword to a higher level. In addition, the 3 general-level martial techniques had also improved a lot. In particular, the elementary general-level sword technique he had obtained from Wang Qing was modified into the exotic flame sword technique. Now, he had mastered all 3 techniques. Moreover, all 3 techniques had been upgraded to the martial realm. Its power was comparable to a medium general-level martial technique. As for the Golden Phoenix Incarnation, it had also been cultivated to the greater mastery level. The Imperial Celestial Dragon Body had been cultivated to the proficient level, which was higher than Qian Yuan's level. These were all his trump cards in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. While everyone was still in shock, the Demon Dragon Sword in Ling Xiao's hand began to prepare a powerful move. On the other side, Jin Luoying was doing the same thing. Although she was surprised and delighted by Ling Xiao's strength, this battle had to be carried out since they had agreed on it. Senior sister, I'm going to make my move. Come on. The two of them finished preparing their moves almost at the same time. Exotic Flame Sword Technique, Fiery Rain Burst, Complete Mastery. Ling Xiao thrust the sword in his hand. The black fiery sword released a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Gravitational Sword, Thousandfold Gravity. Jin Luoying naturally released her gravitational martial soul. At the same time, she used the gravitational sword to release thousandfold gravity to attack Ling Xiao. When she used the gravitational sword, the fiery rain burst out as if it was about to fall. However, a moment later, it broke free from the restraints of the gravitational force and pierced through Jin Luoying's defense. It stopped about a foot in front of Jin Luoying. I've lost. Jin Luoying was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao was too strong. Not only did he resist her gravitational sword that was thousandfold gravity, but he could also use it freely. She believed that she would never be able to do that. If that sword had pierced her, she would have been severely injured and defeated. This failure did not discourage her. On the contrary, she was very happy. At the same time, she was filled with motivation to improve herself. With such a junior brother, she could not continue to slack off. Good. Very good. Jin 18 stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. You should still have some strength left, right? Hearing this, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. After such an attack, Ling Xiao still had strength left? Didn't that mean that Ling Xiao was even stronger than what they had seen? In the past, they had only heard that Ling Xiao was very talented and that Jiumo had been desperately grooming him. However, it was only hearsay. They were still not convinced. However, after today's battle, they were completely convinced. The battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed was absolutely beyond their reach. Even those commanders were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of respect. Chapter 30-34. Yes, Luoying is my world after all. I can't attack with all my strength. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "What's there to be modest about? All right, let's rest for a day and participate in the Black Tortoise Seal contest tomorrow. This time, we must let our wine demon residents amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. We must let those who look down on us see. However, Ling Xiao, you must obtain the Black Tortoise Seal. Otherwise, the wine demon residents will be disbanded. The lives of tens of thousands of people are on your shoulders." Jin 18 patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said earnestly, "Master, don't worry. Since I'm participating, I must obtain the Black Tortoise Seal." Ling Xiao came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court mainly for the Black Tortoise Seal. If he obtained the Black Tortoise Seal, he would obtain the power of the Black Tortoise. Perhaps after obtaining this, he would leave the Devil Dragon Sword Court. After all, the Moon Maiden was still waiting for him in the distant Eternal Palace. He had never forgotten this, nor did he dare to forget it. The next day, the Black Tortoise Seal contest officially began. It was held in the arena on the 5th floor of the 9th-floor Demon Tower. To be qualified to enter, one's cultivation had to be at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the 16th floor of Hell. The disciples participating in the Black Tortoise Seal contest were also required to be at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 16th floor of Hell. As a result, even the demon envoys were not qualified to enter. Only the personal guards, vice commanders, commanders, and demon generals were qualified. In total, there were no less than 50,000 people. This was the core strength of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. It was truly powerful. There were a total of 10 people from the Wine Demon residents participating in the Black Tortoise Seal contest. All of them were at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the early stage of the 16th floor of Hell. However, the one with the highest cultivation was still Jian Luoying. Ling Xiao and the other 8 were all at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the late stage of the 16th floor of Hell. This was truly too powerful. The overall strength of the Wine Demon residence's personal disciples definitely exceeded that of the other 13 demon general residences. However, the Wine Demon residents had kept a low profile in the past, which was why they were always ranked last. If they truly displayed their full strength, they could at least enter the top 3. When Sword 18 led the Wine Demon Mansions group to the 5th floor of the 9-level Demon Pagoda, many people had already entered. Coincidentally, he encountered the Heavenly Demon General on the way. There were a total of 9 participating disciples from the Heavenly Devil Mansion. If there was no Ling Xiao, they could have 2 more. Unfortunately, Fang Feiyun was killed by Ling Xiao, and Jin Feng Qiqi was nowhere to be found. Now, there were only 9 left. The Heavenly Demon General looked coldly at Ling Xiao, unable to hide the hatred in his eyes. "Brat, I advise you to scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am during the competition." The one who spoke was Lin Chuang. As the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Devil Mansion, his cultivation and connections were much better than Ling Xiao's. Although he was very domineering and liked to bully the weak, this was something that Ling Xiao absolutely could not compare to. However, the weaker ones still supported him. Because he had been bullied to the point where he had no backbone at all, Ling Xiao looked straight ahead, not even glancing at Lin Chuang. Lin Chuang was so angry that he was about to attack. "Enough, Lin Chuang. Whatever grudge you have, we'll talk about it later in the competition. Don't mess around now. The Devil Lord has come out of seclusion. Don't you know?" The Heavenly Demon General suddenly said. "This disciple knows." Lin Chuang glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, then followed the Heavenly Demon General and the others into the 9-level Demon Pagoda. "He just said the Devil Lord has come out of seclusion? Is the Devil Lord personally presiding over the Black Tortoise Seal competition?" Ling Xiao looked at Sword 18 and asked. "Actually, I just heard that the Devil Lord came out of seclusion because his beloved daughter was seriously injured and her body was destroyed. Now she can only live in a nutrition tank. He came out of seclusion to investigate the truth of his daughter's injury. His daughter is called Lan Rua. Although her strength is not very strong, she is deeply loved by the Devil Lord. It is said that she was seriously injured by someone with the same name as you." Sword 18 looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile in his eyes. He knew Ling Xiao's true identity, but the others didn't. so he didn't mention any names. He said this to warn Ling Xiao to try not to expose himself. Otherwise, if the Devil Lord found out, he would be dead. Then I'm unlucky. If the Devil Lord hates me for my actions, I'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. The Devil Lord has always been biased, so this is definitely a possibility. But he definitely won't do it himself. After all, the Devil Lord still cares about his face. He will only make things difficult for you, such as arranging a stronger opponent for you. But if you really have the ability, why would you be afraid? Sword 18 said with a smile. That's true. Ling Xiao nodded, then followed Sword 18 to the 5th level of the 9-level Demon Pagoda. The guards of the 9-level Demon Pagoda were respectful to the other demon generals, but they didn't show any respect to the Wine Demon General Sword 18. Not to mention saluting, they acted as if they didn't see him. Humph, this time. We must let these trash know that our Wine Demon residence is not to be trifled with. A personal disciple of the Wine Demon residence gritted his teeth. It's not the first time. No need to be so angry. These are all vile people. Why lower yourself to their level? You'll only hurt your body. Sword 18 was carefree and didn't care at all. They hadn't even stepped into the 9-level Demon Pagoda, but the guards had already begun to talk. I didn't expect that there would be 10 more participants from the Wine Demon residence. Did they really meet the requirements? One of the guards said sarcastically. Hee hee, this is no different from the previous years. They always have a lot of participants, but they always come in last. Another person said, I really don't know how these trash cultivate. Their cultivation isn't bad, but their combat strength is so weak. What a joke. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao finally understood what the Wine Demon residents had been through all these years. This 18th sword was really patient. If it were him, he would have long since exploded. This time, he couldn't endure it either. He hated enduring. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent was released from his body. The dozen or so guards all knelt on the ground in an instant. They were forcefully suppressed by the sword intent and couldn't even stand up. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. They finally understood that there were some people who couldn't be offended. Apologize, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes, we were blind. Our brains were flooded with water. Lord Wine Demon General, please be magnanimous and spare us. They looked at the Liquor Demon General Sword 18 in horror. Many of them had already wet their pants. Ling Xiao's sword intent was too terrifying. It was not something they could bear. All right, Ling Xiao, it's just a bunch of flatterers. Let's get down to business. In fact, Sword 18 was also feeling a little satisfied. He had been holding back for hundreds of years, and he was very sullen. Chapter 30-35. Jin 18 didn't want to keep pretending to be a coward and let others walk all over him. However, he hadn't been able to find a disciple capable of taking the Black Tortoise seal, so he didn't dare to rashly display the Wine Demon residence's strength. Now, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. As long as Ling Xiao took the Black Tortoise seal, not only would Jin Luoying not be forced into marriage, but the Wine Demon residence would no longer be restricted and could live openly in the Demon Dragonsword Court. The Demon Lord wanted to announce this in front of everyone. Even if that guy was shameless, he still wanted to save face. As they spoke, they had already reached the 9-level Demon Tower. Suddenly, a sneer came from behind. So the people of the Wine Demon residence can only bully those weak guards. When they meet a true expert, they're so scared that they don't even know how to fight. The words were full of sarcasm, and Ling Xiao heard this voice very clearly. The 13th demon, General Chen Luo. Behind Chen Luo were the personal disciples of the original 13 demon generals, led by Feng Jianshan. Feng Jianshan's cultivation hadn't changed. He was still at the late stage of the 16th level of hell. There were 4 other people, all of them at the early and middle stage of the 16th level of hell. The 13 demon generals were the weakest of the demon generals, and it didn't seem to be a lie. However, Chen Luo's cultivation had already broken through. Reaching the early stage of the 17th level of hell, he could be considered a righteous demon general. Otherwise, his previous cultivation was too weak. Jin 18 didn't want to waste words with such a scoundrel. However, Ling Xiao didn't have such a good temper. He looked back at Chen Luo disdainfully and said, "If I hadn't killed the original 13 demon generals, you wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. If the original 13 demon generals are weak, then what are you? Trash? And those trash behind you, why don't you take them back early so that you don't embarrass yourself later?" Since Chen Luo spoke rudely, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. His words caused Chen Luo's face to flicker between green and red. He was so angry that his 7 apertures emitted smoke, and he was on the verge of exploding. "Well said." Jin Luoying clapped and laughed. The Wine Demon Residence's personal disciples were also laughing happily. Ever since Ling Xiao had become a disciple of the Wine Demon Mansion, the Devil Master Mansion's odd job workers no longer dared to come looking for trouble. They actually admired Ling Xiao's way of doing things. Today's situation was the same. If it were them, they would not dare to speak to a demon general like this. But Ling Xiao did not care at all. Even Sword 18 couldn't help but laugh. This Ling Xiao really hit the nail on the head when it came to cursing. Chen Luo and the others couldn't even find a reason to retort. "Brat, you're courting death." How could Chen Luo endure such humiliation? Immediately, his killing intent soared, and he blasted a palm towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Although Chen Luo had broken through to the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell and was much stronger than him, he could still withstand this palm. However, he hadn't expected Sword 18th to make a move. With just a point of his finger, Chen Luo was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the 9-level demon tower. He had lost all face. "I, Sword 18, haven't made a move all these years. Do people really think I'm easy to bully?" Sword 18 had had enough of 100 years of humiliation. This black tortoise seal contest was the time for him to show his strength again. Chen Luo was only at the first revolution in Yang Realm's 17th level of hell. He could kill him with a single finger. How dare he attack his disciples in front of him? Scram! Sword 18 might have been influenced by Ling Xiao, but his attitude also became overbearing. Chen Luo slowly climbed up from the wall, furious, but Sword 18's strength made him extremely wary. If they really fought, he wouldn't be far from death. "Let's go." Chen Luo suppressed his anger and left with his disciple. "Remember, if you meet anyone from the Wine Demon Manor in the contest, kill them. Anyway, if they die, the Demon Lord will not blame you, but will be very happy." After walking for a while, Chen Luo clenched his teeth and said fiercely to his disciples, "Don't worry, Demon General. I'll kill that Ling Xiao." Feng Jinshan had a belly full of anger toward Ling Xiao. Not only did this guy kill his master, the original 13 demon generals, but he also didn't give him any face. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, Feng Jinshan wouldn't be able to calm down. It would also be a hindrance to his path of martial arts. "Let's go. This black tortoise seal contest is very difficult. You know the result of failure, right?" Sword 18 asked in a very serious tone after he had enjoyed himself. "Of course." The 10 contestants nodded and said, "Good." They continued forward, and soon a huge arena appeared in front of them. This arena was different from an ordinary arena. It was more like a coliseum. The place where the battle was taking place was a deep pit surrounded by seats for the audience. Ling Xiao could sense that there were layers of protective array formations at the edge of the crater. They should have been specially used to block the energy and prevent the arena from collapsing. There were already many people seated in the audience. Apart from the Wine Demon residents, the rest of the 13 demon general subordinates had already arrived. They sat on the seats that had been arranged beforehand. Every Devil General Manor had a few thousand people coming here. This also represented the strength of the Demon General residents. The Sky Demon residents had the most people, close to 5,000. Of course, the Wine Demon residence wasn't bad either, around 4,000. Apart from the 14 demon generals, no one from the Demon Master residence had appeared. So after Ling Xiao and the others sat down, they began to wait. About 10 minutes later, more than 10,000 people arrived. They were all martial artists from the Demon Master residence. The moment these people arrived, they brought about a kind of terrifying oppressive might. As expected of the Demon Master residence, it was truly terrifying. The seats of the Demon Master residence occupied one side. At the highest point, there was a very luxurious seat that overlooked the entire battlefield. That seat undoubtedly belonged to the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Demon Master. But no one was sitting there yet. That's Empress Lan Meichen. Jin Luoying pointed at a young man who stood out among the Demon Master residence's seats. Although he was young, his terrifying aura caused everyone to feel fear. This person was very handsome, comparable to Ling Xiao. There was always an arrogant smile on his chiseled face, as if he was mocking everyone in the world. This Empress Lan Meichen is somewhat similar to Lan Ruo. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. He didn't expect that the woman he killed in Ming City was actually the Demon Master's daughter. Her strength was trash, but she was actually the daughter of the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Demon Master. This was simply incomprehensible. Chapter 30-36. How can they not look alike? After all, they are all born from the same mother. Jin Luoying said. Other than them, the discussions around them had stopped. It seemed to be because of Empress Lan's appearance. This young man, who was not even 20 years old, had raised his cultivation to a terrifying level. His talent made many people admire him endlessly. Moreover, he was the next successor appointed by the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had close to 100 daughters and sons, but only Empress Lan and Mei Chun could reach this level. Therefore, he was really admirable. That was why he became the target of worship and pursuit by all the young disciples of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Many of the genius disciples who joined the Devil Dragon Sword Court came because of Empress Lan Meichen. This young man, who was young, had created countless miracles. He was simply a legend. He was the chief judge of this year's Black Tortoise Seal contest and the person with the highest authority in charge of presiding over the contest. When young Master Di Meichen was in the One Revolution 15th level of Hell, he had activated 72 demon general statues. That was a legend. Unfortunately, that record was broken by Ling Xiao. At this point, many people gritted their teeth, as if Ling Xiao had committed an unforgivable mistake. That Ling Xiao is nothing. Do you know that when young Master Di Meichen was still at the peak of the first transition of the 16th level of Hell, she once faced 13 opponents of the same level and used only one move to kill them all? Of course I know. Those 13 people were the 13 bandits ranked in the top 20 on the bounty list. Each of them had a bounty of 3 million mid-tier spiritual stones and above. One move, just one move. Those who saw this battle were shocked by young Master Di Meichen's strength. Since then, he became famous overnight. How can Ling Xiao compare to him? That's true. Comparing him to young Master Di Meichen is simply tarnishing young Master Di Meichen's reputation. Yes, what a perfect person. It is said that since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Even martial artists who are much stronger than him do not dare to compete with him. I also heard that young Master Di Meichen once went to the Sun Ocean to train. In the end, he was intercepted and killed by a demonic beast with the strength of a peak 17 levels of hell. At that time, his cultivation had only just broken through the 17th level of hell. But even so, he didn't lose. Instead, he killed that demonic beast. Almost everyone in Sword Dynasty knows about this. Young Lord Di Meichen is such a great figure. Compared to him, the other geniuses would pale in comparison. As for that Ling Xiao, he can only be a joke. When these people spoke, they would always bring Ling Xiao into the conversation and criticize Ling Xiao harshly. It was as if Ling Xiao had become an unforgivable sinner for breaking Empress Lan's record. However, Ling Xiao felt that their boasting was not exaggerated at all. If what they say is true, then compared to Empress Lan, Wu Qing, Xue Yi, and Lin Chuang were not worthy of carrying his shoes. As for himself, Ling Xiao, although he did not lose to the other party in terms of talent, the difference in cultivation was too great. A genius like this would not lose to the likes of Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei of White Tiger Continent. This was a true genius. Perhaps Ling Xiao's enmity with his former enemies Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei would have to be settled in the Nine Supremes. To be able to compare Empress Lan with Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei was already the highest praise Ling Xiao could give to his opponents. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, it seemed that the Demon Lord would not be coming. Empress Lan stood up and said in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, the Demon Lord has important matters to attend to. Although he has broken through, he will not be able to attend today's battle. Therefore, according to the previous rules, I will preside over this battle. No problem, right? We naturally have no objections. We will listen to young Lord's arrangements." The celestial demon general stood up. He was the representative of the 13 demon generals. If he said there was no problem, the others would not object. In reality, no one would object. Empress Lan Meichen's strength was already stronger than the 13 demon generals. Moreover, she was the next demon lord's successor. There was no problem for her to preside over this battle. "Uncle Jian, what do you think?" Empress Lan Meichen cupped her hands towards Sword 18 and asked respectfully. The stronger one was, the more they understood the terrors of Sword 18. Empress Lan Meichen used to look down on Sword 18 as well, but now she knew full well how terrifying it was. Even the Demon Lord might not be able to beat Sword 18. He was even less capable. "I agree as well," the 18th sword answered casually without even standing up. He thought this was normal. After all, he was an elder. But the others didn't think so. "Why is that coward so rude?" "Exactly. How strong can he be when he's leading a bunch of trash? Really, young Lord D. Machen is so respectful towards him." Frogs in a well, these idiots were the epitome of ignorant fools. If Sword 18 had a bad temper, they would be dead by now. "Big brother, you'll be in charge of the actual work. I'll watch from the side," Empress Lan Meichen said to another young man beside her. This person was much older than Empress Lan Meichen, but his cultivation base was much weaker. But he was definitely a demon general-level expert. Although his brilliance was almost completely overshadowed by Empress Lan Meichen, when Empress Lan Meichen sat down and he stood up, he still exuded a powerful aura. "All right." Lan Hai leaped into the air and hovered above the arena. He didn't beat around the bush and immediately explained the rules. The final prize of the Black Tortoise Seal battle is the Black Tortoise Seal. I won't waste time on this. Also, through this battle, we will re-rank the 13 demon general residences. I'm sure all of you are aware of this, so I won't say more. The chief judge for this battle is young Lord Empress Lan Meichen. The judges will be the 9 demon lords from the demon lord residence. I believe that all of you will have some understanding of their fairness. So you don't have to worry about the fairness of the battle. You just have to put your heart and soul into the battle. The battle is divided into 2 stages. The rules of the first stage are very simple. At this point, suddenly, 20 illusory demon dragons emerged from the ground of the arena. These demonic dragons contained powerful energy, and everyone could clearly feel it. I believe everyone has seen these demon dragons. These are energy bodies formed by the power of the black tortoise. Each demon dragon can allow a martial artist at the first transformation 16 levels of hell to advance a small realm. Your mission is very simple. Seize the demon dragon. Everyone can only seize one at most. After seizing the demon dragon, you won't be able to cultivate for the time being. So before the first stage of the battle ends, you must protect it well. Otherwise, it will be taken away by others. The time limit is half an hour. After half an hour, the martial artist who obtains the demon dragon can enter the second stage of the assessment. Chapter 3037. In fact, the rules of the first stage didn't sound complicated. To put it simply, 100 people would have to fight for 20 demonic dragon energy bodies. Each person could only have one. Only by snatching it and holding it within half an hour would they be considered to have advanced. They couldn't use it to cultivate, nor could they consume it. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Therefore, no one asked about it. Ling Xiao, you know what to do, don't you? Sword 18 asked. Master, don't worry. The 10 of us will participate, and the 10 demonic dragons will be ours. Ling Xiao grinned. You're really greedy. Actually, I was thinking that you and Sakura would advance. Sword 18 smiled. How can that be? I've observed the cultivation of all the disciples of the 14 demon general residences. Our wine demon residence is the strongest, with no one lower than the late stage of the first transformation 16 levels of hell. Why can't we all advance? Since we're going to show our strength, we might as well amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Good. Since you're so confident, Master won't say more. All of you must listen to Ling Xiao's arrangements. Understand? Sword 18 said to the other 9 Wine Demon residence contestants. Yes, Master. These 9 people, including Jin Luoying, all worshipped and admired Ling Xiao. How could they not listen to him? All contestants, stand at the edge of the arena. Lan Hai began to make arrangements for the competition. The edge of the arena was circular, about the same distance from the center of the 20 demonic dragons. Therefore, in theory, it was very fair to start there. The 10 Wine Demon residence contestants stood together. Ling Xiao held a refining array stone in his hand. If he wanted to maximize the power of the 10 people, a battle array was essential. It didn't matter how many people were left after entering the next stage. As long as they could obtain the demonic dragon energy, it would greatly improve the strength of the Wine Demon residence disciples. Moreover, Ling Xiao wanted to show those who looked down on the Wine Demon residents their true strength. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there were only a few people who attracted the most attention. Lin Chuang, Xue Yi, Wu Qing, and Feng Jianshan. These 4 could be considered the most dazzling 4. Ling Xiao had also become a celebrity because he had broken Lan Di Machen's record. Many people were paying attention to him. Miranda looked at Ling Xiao with a confused expression. Is that guy the one who broke my record? Reporting to the young lord, it is indeed that brat. His cultivation is not very high, but his combat power is not weak. Moreover, he clearly received the Demon Lord's invitation, but he still joined the Wine Demon residence. He simply does not put the Demon Lord residence in his eyes. The guardian sitting beside Empress Lan Machen replied, a person who doesn't know what's good for him won't be able to achieve anything in the end. The Demon Master had said that after the Black Tortoiseel contest ended, Lin Chuang, Bloodrobes, Wu Qing, and Feng Jianshan would officially join the Demon Master residence and become core disciples. Please help me deal with it. Empress Lan Machen sneered and stopped looking at Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was a fellow who didn't know what was good for him, a frog at the bottom of a well, and there was no need to care about him at all. Your subordinate obeys. The 4 of them are indeed the 4 most outstanding participants. I believe that after the Black Tortoiseel contest, their rankings will definitely be at the top. The guardian nodded. Empress Lan Machen did not say anything else and only looked at the arena. Although he was not interested in such a battle, he was still the head judge. After all, he was the head judge, and he could not be too perfunctory. Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan both stared at Ling Xiao. Half an hour later, they were not in a hurry to fight for the demonic dragon. After all, they would get it sooner or later. Their target was Ling Xiao. As soon as Lan Hai gave the order, they would immediately pounce on Ling Xiao and defeat Ling Xiao. After all, it was not a big deal for 1 or 2 people to die in this contest. The rules did not state that they could not kill. Moreover, the people who died were from the Wine Demon residence, so no one would care. Senior brother Lin, leave that brat to me, Feng Jianshan said excitedly. Lin Chuang glanced at Feng Jianshan and chuckled. Forget it. If I were to fight and beat that brat, it would be an unfair victory. You do it. He agreed to Feng Jianshan's request. Because in his opinion, Ling Xiao could not be compared to Feng Jianshan at all, and was not worth his time. In the tense atmosphere, Lan Hai raised his right hand. All the participating disciples waited nervously for him to put down his right hand. The audience was also looking forward to that scene. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As Lan Hai's last syllable fell, more than 100 figures rushed toward their target. They were as fast as lightning. There were only 20 demonic dragons, but there were more than 100 people. Fighting was inevitable. Wind array. As soon as Lan Hai's last syllable fell, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. He knew that Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan wanted to deal with him, but he did not care. The wind array could increase the speed of the warriors in the same battle array by 2 times. It would consume a lot of mid-tier spirit stones. But in order to let all 10 people from the Wine Demon residence obtain the demonic dragon's energy, Sword 18 would definitely pay for it. So there was no need to worry. The demonic dragon, which was closest to the center of the arena, was less than 300 meters away. However, one could still tell how fast it was moving. Among the 100 or so people, Shui was the fastest. His movement technique was much stronger than the rest of them. Next were Lin Shuang, Wu Qing, and Feng Jianshan. When Ling Xiao used the wind formation, the few of them rushed out. So they attracted everyone's attention at the same time. So no one noticed what Ling Xiao was doing. Shui is the fastest, but Lin Shuang is stronger. It seems that these two will be the final winners of this year's Black Tortoise Seal contest. Empress Lan Meichen nodded, feeling satisfied. Compared to her, these two were nothing. But compared to the others, these two were too outstanding. Wu Qing and Feng Jianshan are not bad. That Yun Ling from the Sky Demon residence is not bad either. The others are a little bit worse. The people from the Wine Demon residence have not moved yet. What a bunch of trash. A protector mocked with a smile. Don't say that. Maybe they are preparing to fight for the demonic dragon's energy with their strength. Anyway, there is still a long time. Empress Lan Meichen said lightly. Although it was a rebuttal, it sounded more like a polite statement. At this time, the people from the Wine Demon residence were also nervous. Compared to others, they were more concerned about their own people. Lord Demon General, does Ling Xiao really want to rely on his strength? That won't be easy, right? Yes, Lord Demon General. Once the 20 demonic dragons are snatched, it is very likely that the other demon residences will join forces. At that time, we won't be able to compete at all. The strength of one demon general residence to fight against the other 13 demon general residences is too unbelievable. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.